A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It is finals night in week 10 of Series 4 of the MODUS Super Series. And what a night we have in store for you. And we're going to watch all of the action this evening in the company of Corinne Hammond and Scott Mitchell. Corinne, it was a good day yesterday. We're looking forward to more of the same tonight.
Yeah, I love a Saturday night here at the live lounge, so I'm expecting some good things.
And we couldn't keep Scott Mitchell away from the Super Series too long, could we?
Absolutely not. As soon as I get the invite to be in this room on a Saturday night, I'll be back every time.
Well, we saw some week, that is for sure. It began in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, where the debutant Rennie Idams ran out victorious, 20 points to his name in the end. He made his way through. The Cube was the one who was able to solve the puzzle, but Scott, Steve Brown did have his opportunities as well to make it through the group. He
did. I mean, Rennie kind of got through the group, and he'll be pleased that he got through as top, because that's what you come here to do, win Group A, you get a couple of days off. But Steve Brown had a terrible moving day, which we call Moving Day Tuesday, and he only won a couple of games there, and that probably saw his fight to get the top spot go out the window, really.
Well, Rennie Idams won 5 matches by the margin of 4-0. This is one of them against Tom Becker earlier on in the week. And how crucial is it in that scenario in a group stage, Scott? You've played in this competition a couple of times. How important is it margin of victories as well as wins?
You're fully aware that it could come back to legs count back, so you're trying to take every opportunity, and sometimes you over-try and you let a leg go and you'll have 6 darts at it when you shouldn't be giving legs away. But those 4-0s for him early doors, they made the difference at the end of the group.
And if you thought legs difference meant something in Group A, wait till we get to Groups B and C, because that was what we were watching yesterday, Corinne. We'll begin with Group B, because that was our evening attention. That was won in the end by Daryl Pilgrim. The top 3 players on Thursday made their way through on Friday, but David Cohen and Martin Turner definitely more than had their say on Friday night.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly Martin Turner, who'd come into Friday night with not having won a game on Thursday night and then rattled through them all and was really putting himself in a place to be able to qualify. And it wasn't until that last match against Darren Johnson where it actually became whichever one of those won was more than likely going to go through and qualify that Darren just got the better of him.
As for Daryl Pilgrim, he came into this competition with a lot of expectation, played some good stuff at times, but he still feels there's another gear. But we saw moments like this 147, which was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I get where he's saying that he feels he has another gear, because while his scoring was ultimately right on point, his finishing did let him down a few times. He did, scrape through with hitting the finishes at the end and winning those games, but he did burn a lot of darts, trying to hit those doubles before he actually got to them. So if he tightens up his finishing tonight, then he's probably going to be very hard to beat.
I feel there was an element of just getting through to the Saturday for Daryl. It was just, he's kind of the favourite. It was really important for him to just go through the motions, get himself to Saturday night, and then let his big game turn up tonight.
Well, talking about players with big games, John Worsley is a player who's won here on a Saturday night, and he saved his best starts for yesterday at the Super Series. He was the victor in Group C. He was joined alongside Rob Grundy and Corinne. We were sat in the commentary box, probably as tense as anybody in the room, because Rob Grundy and Chris Wiggins, there was a potential scenario where they were tied on every single scenario, and the count back would have gone as far back as the averages.
Yeah, I know, and that's just crazy to think that in a round-robin situation where you're firstly talking about games won and then legs won and then legs difference, to be tied on all of those to then have to move to the averages. As it turned out, it wasn't needed in the end, but yeah, amazing.
You mentioned yesterday that you thought John Worsley was going to be the big move on Friday. He turned out to be exactly that, and it looked like he drawed on a lot of his experiences, particularly on the PDC Pro Tour, to get those victories yesterday.
Well, it's not just his experience on the Pro Tour, it's his experience that he has playing in this, series as well. He's done it quite a few times, and as you mentioned before, he has been a Saturday night winner, so he knows what to do and knows how to get the job done.
So that is how we got to Saturday night here at the Super Series. And so this is the Super 6 that are going to be taking part in the finale tonight. And the one thing I kind of gather from this lineup, Scott, I don't know about you, is every single player amongst that 6 will probably sense opportunity here.
Well, they're here. That's the big point. They're here. So they've got to the show and they're all in with a chance. Daryl will fancy his chances. I think he was favourite at the top of the week. Steve Brown has been coming into it. John Worsley had a late run in the last 2 days. Who knows who's going to get it?
As far as the groups break down this evening, the players will be split into 2 pools of 3 for the group stage. They'll play 2 matches in the qualification stage, and the top 2 make it through to the semi-finals. These are the groups that are in play this evening, and we picked out quite early last night, Cohen, didn't we, that Group 2, Worsley, Pilgrim, Johnson is possibly the one to look out for.
Yeah, and they're an experienced group of players and experienced in, playing here as well. So it'd be a difficult group to come out of.
As far as Group 1's concerned, Scott, Rene Idams, Rob Grundy, Steve Brown, who would you see as the favourite in that?
It's a tough one. For me, it'd be Steve Brown, if you're asking me on what I've seen, because I think it's going to be very difficult to Rene to have a couple of days off, come up here first game with the darts and hold, because that's the secret to this. It's such a short format. You need to hold on your throw, and he hasn't been here for 2 days, so that's going to be the interesting one for me. If he can hold his throw that first leg, I think you'll see a different Rene for the rest of the group.
So those are thoughts of Scott Mitchell and Cohen Hammond. These are the thoughts of the odds compilers, because this is the betting ahead of tonight's finale. Ever since before the first dart was thrown this week, Daryl Pilgrim was the favourite to go on and win it, Cohen, and they just don't seem to be backing against him at all.
No, I mean, you can understand why. He's made it through to Champions Week twice before, so he's done the stuff, and he's absolutely looking to be able to do it for a 3rd time. He wants to be the first one to be able to do it, but you can't discount anyone else in the field. And as Scott said, it's a short format, and it all depends on what you're going to come out and do in your very first game. Particularly if you have the darts, if you can hold your throw in the first one, then you're in a lot better position than what you would be had you not do that. It becomes a bit of a battle after that.
I know we've mentioned it a couple of times about Daryl Pilgrim's potential date with Destiny tonight. If he wins the season and becomes the first player to make it through to 3 Champions Weeks here at the Super Series, can that weight bear on the shoulders, or does he have to remove that altogether?
I think while he's thinking about it, he's not really thinking about it. He's going to come out here and try and perform anyway. His main goal is to just win tonight anyway, and being able to qualify through to a Champions Week will just be a bonus on that.
And I've been here on a Saturday night, and you don't look at that as a group stage at all. You look at it as it's winner take all now, and you just want to keep winning games and winning games until you are stopped.
Well, as far as the bet builders concerned tonight, they don't back against Daryl Pilgrim either. This is the selections for tonight, Scott. They back Rene Idams to get the better of Rob Grundy at 8-11, and then in Daryl Pilgrim's games, they fancy a 4-2 or better result against Darren Johnson, and then the victory against John Worsley.
I think it's the handicap bet in there, the 4-2 or better. That's the risky one, because Darren Johnson knows how to play. He's a seasoned campaigner, and he'd have seen the likes of Daryl before. Whether he'd seen him on the big stage, we'll yet to wait and see.
And remember, if you're having a flutter, it is 18+, begambleaware.org. Well, our first match of the evening is about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees Rene Idams, the Group A winner, in action, back in Portsmouth after 2 days away. He takes on Rob Grundy, our runner-up in Group C, and boy, what a dramatic debut it's been for him so far in this competition. Battle is about to get underway very shortly, but before we do that, I caught up with both players earlier on this evening to gauge their thoughts ahead of the finale. Rene, first week here at the MODUS Super Series and through to the finals. How have you found your play this week?
Yeah, I feel good. I think that's a good tournament. He's very nice players here. It's a great experience for me, and I like it.
How have you found the actual darts you've played this week, the games you played? How do you feel you played in them?
Yeah, I think the play here is very nice. The stage is good. Today with the crowd, I think that can be a good tournament and a good night for me, and I feel good.
We've seen obviously play in front of a lot of crowds in other tournaments before. Are you really looking forward to playing in front of that atmosphere tonight?
Yeah, I'm hope that was a very great atmosphere here, and I love to play with crowd, and I think I'm better with crowd, and it's good.
You've never had a German make it through to Champions Week here at the Super Series before. How much would you like to be the first player to play at Champions Week in this competition?
Yeah, that was really great. That is my target for tonight. Win the week and go to the final station. Yeah.
Well, we look forward to watch you play. Rene, all the very best.
Thank you.
Rob, debut in the competition, finals on debut. How would you assess your week so far?
Expectations. This is where I wanted to be, and I'm over the moon to be here. It's absolutely fantastic. Over the moon to qualify. It was nervy last day, but I think I've done enough for the first day. So I'm over the moon.
As you say, a really nervy day yesterday. You've done your job, and then you've had to wait for the Chris Wickenden result just to see whether it was enough. What were you doing during that game? Were you watching the back room? Did you go home? What did you decide to do?
No, I was in the back room and biting my nails, head down, not wanting to look, and then I was looking. It was just so nervy. And then when obviously I think Jim took that leg, relief.
And now into tonight, as you say, this is what you wanted to do, to be here on Saturday night. Now you are here. Have you set any more goals, any more expectations for the night?
Well, I'm here, win it. You know, there's no point in being here and saying I'm not going to win it. So hopefully, try and do that. It's simple as that. So hopefully I can go and be the last man standing, as they say.
Well, Rob, we love the confidence. We wish you all the very best tonight.
Thank you, thank you.
And so it is a battle of England and Germany to get us underway here at the MODUS Super Series. And who knows, after 3 games in this group, there may be a shootout as well. But in the commentary box, it's a bit of an Ashes theme. 2 players whose best results came at the Lakeside. It's a very good evening to the former World Championship runner-up, Corinne Hammond, and the former World Champion, Scott Mitchell.
Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Corinne and I are delighted to be here as your double act for this evening.
Yes, we are. Hello, Scott. Thank you, Henry. Yeah, we all love a good Saturday night finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, and what a great start we've got here. The Group A winner, Rennie Adams, playing against our debutant for the week, Rob Grundy, who was the runner-up from the Group C series.
First leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
And on a referee this evening that some will recognise. Corinne and I very much recognise him from our Lakeside
180.
days. Dulcet tones of Nick Rolls.
And getting to start the night with a 180.
$140. 99.
We're lucky Henry wasn't in here then. He'd have been getting overexcited at that 4th one. First leg of the evening.
I know it'd be all a bit too much. That's the thing, though. If we started with a 9 data for the night, you can't improve on that from there.
I always feel when I start a game with a 180, you can't improve from there, to be honest.
41.
Well, as we know, Rennie was the Group A winner, meaning he was able to skip playing Thursday and Friday and has had the luxury of having those 2 days off. So
100.
it's often unknown how some players like to have those couple of days rest and others like to keep staying on the board. I mean, so far it doesn't seem to have done him any harm, but I don't know. Myself, I would prefer to have the days off. What about you, Scott?
100. Rob, you require 100.
Yeah, because I live local, it's probably be good for me to have the days off as well, to be honest, because I could travel home. But you know, we saw Landman in the finals last week, and the last time he was here and make finals night, he didn't throw anything after having a couple of days off.
81.
Didn't play well finals night. It's the last time I know that he practiced, but it's 81 for Idams here.
Missed the big number. Going for that 16 to leave himself the ball.
49.
So way for
Rob,
81 that we are seeing a lot
104.
more attempted from mainland Europe, let's say.
Grundy taking the traditional approach there for the 104 off the 18s.
96.
Able to fix it
Rene,
up
you
there with his
require
last
32. Game shot
These
in
are
the first leg.
Early darts
Rene
are very
Idams.
important mentally for you as a player, and this is what I said at the top of the show. It's always difficult to hold
Second
through.
leg is
All
Rob
right, he's
to
been
throw
Group A
first.
champion, but then he's had 2
Game on.
days off. Then he's had to come in here and try and remind himself to warm up again. All the other guys have been doing it the last 2 days, and you feel the odd one in the room again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, with such a short format, it's very important
122.
to be able to hold you through, because you don't need to find a break anywhere in that.
43.
And Rob Grundy is a debutant to sort of head to finals night on his first time. That's a pretty impressive stat, no matter what happens for him this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though he was
97.
sweating it out in the players' room yesterday afternoon, waiting for the last game to be played to know whether he was going to qualify or not. But he's here now.
180.
So is Rennie Adams. That's his second 180 of the match. And we are only in the second leg.
59. $85. 180.
180 and our third of the match.
Yeah, great darts there from Grundy, leaving himself 43. And he'll be looking to hold his throw.
Rob, you require 43. $27.
Oh, just inside
Renee,
the
you
wire
require
there.
136. $95. Rob, you require 16.
Certain amount of pressure applied here for this. Grundy
Game shot and the second leg.
was
Rob
sure it was
Grundy.
in. Nick Rose had to double check.
It was right in the corner there, wasn't it?
Third leg, it's Renee to throw first. Game on.
And it was only just hanging in there as well. Right in those corners of those sort of trebles and doubles is probably the most likely point of getting one drop
60.
out if you've just got one dart in the board.
Exactly. Very precarious position to be in.
Sizer on the board's a slightly tighter pack there where the spider, which is all the scoring segments, there's a blade
60.
is pushed into the board. So the size was a little bit tighter there around the wires to make space for these blades.
Did you learn that on one of your very many trips to the Winmore factory?
98.
I might well have done. I might have learnt it on my way to the Bobby George factory of his garage, where he used to make a few as well.
$96. $81.
The angle that Grundy's
59.
darts lie, because they are very short and he's quite a tall man. That one on the top wire doesn't help him a lot.
Yeah, they're very small darts, aren't they? We were talking about that yesterday afternoon. It's almost like he's got no
58.
stem on them at all. It's just the barrel and a flight.
It's basically a stem that's just about long enough to hold the flight, isn't it? I think that the flight looks to be pushed right into the barrel, almost, but it's not. It's just this tiny little pointy affair on the top,
95.
which is.
Check, that's 135.
I've not seen that set up for a long, long time. I remember back in my local leagues, there was a guy who had a John Lowe dart type dart with those on. So imagine how small they look. They look tiny.
130. Rob, you require 151.
Well, Grundy's got first look at a finish here, and that would be a very important break of throw if he's able to put this away. Not to be.
60. Renee, you require 74. Game shot and the third leg. Renee.
Good finish there from Rene, and that'll help his confidence no end. Nice to finish those little ones off. say little ones, they're the bread and
Fourth
butter
leg, it's
shots,
Rob to
aren't they?
throw
Anywhere
first.
between
Game
sort
on.
of 60 and 85. If you can start taking those out with 3 darts when you go to visit the board, they're your bread and butter shots, and they
Absolutely.
don't make you difficult to beat.
The combination finishing. It's all about being able to have a combination finish
140.
rather than just leaving yourself a double. Of course, some really great scoring along the way helps you get to those finishes a lot quicker.
140.
Exchange of 140s from both of them here in this fourth leg.
It's funny, when you're playing well and you're scoring well, you know, your big shot outs are 61, 45, 56.
That's exactly right.
140.
When you're struggling, you start to poke the 161s and the 141s, and you've had a bit of a mismatch on the way down.
100.
I think I remember seeing Rene back in March time, maybe at a Euro Tour.
Yeah, I did read something about that. He did play a Euro Tour back in March, won his first match, and then lost to Michael Smith in the second round.
50.
We've all done that. I can actually understand how he felt about that.
180.
Third 180 of the match for Rene here. He's certainly very good on hitting those 60s.
It's a tidy old game. Let's just have a look at the averages.
Yeah, Grundy's not done a lot wrong, but you know, Rene's been able to get to the finishing first
89.
on his darts.
Rene,
and
you
been able
require
to
81.
hold throw, and he has the opportunity here to break. He's got 2 darts at 24.
69. Rob, you require 82.
Quite a deliberate throw, isn't he, Rene? It's a deliberate type throw. It's not a rhythm. It's a one individual dart at a time. So Rob Grundy now tops.
42.
Ooh, pushes the wire there.
Rene, you require 12.
This would be a big breaker throw. And it goes
Game
down as a breaker
shot on
throw.
the fourth leg. Rene Idams.
Rene Idams. You'll now go and take a sip of water. And hold a throw here.
Fifth leg, it's
Puts
Rene
him
to
in
throw first.
command.
Game on.
In that first little group we have in Group 1.
100.
Yeah, it'll be a difficult hill to climb for Grundy from here because, well, I mean, he needs to win all the legs from here.
80.
With little things like that happening to you, it starts to kill your spirit off, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
of course it doesn't. I mean, and he's going to need to find 2 breaks here from Grundy. He's going to need to break Grundy now, hold his next, break Grundy again.
58.
I think the pace of the game suits them both really well.
121. 85.
Opportunity here for Grundy to get ahead if he can find a couple of trebles in this shot.
60.
As always, as a player, when you're desperate for a couple of trebles, it's only on very, very good days do they turn up.
That's when you know that you're thinking about it too much and you're trying too hard.
140.
Particularly when they're just under the treble like that, and you've just held on to them a split second long trying to make sure, haven't you?
$140. Rene, you require 118.
Ooh,
Good,
the
Good start, but a
78.
terrible middle start there, wasn't
Yeah,
Rob, you
single
require
number again. He did that in the
100.
very first leg, going for the single 16 to leave himself bull. Sometimes those single numbers are the hardest. Oh, 2 darts at top. It's here for Grundy to break.
Game
Needs it.
shot
what
on
a
the fifth
fantastic
leg.
finish from
Rob
Grundy there.
Grundy.
Nice little 2-dart 100 there. It was a nice 140 to set it up. That's
Yeah.
Sixth leg is
240
Rob
and
to
5
throw
darts
first.
there from Rob
Game
Grundy.
on.
Now he needs to find the same kind of darts again to be able to hold through here and force a decider.
$57.
I mean, at the very least, if he was to lose this match, he would much prefer to lose at 4-3 than be losing at
96.
4-2, because that's an extra leg one that he has on the board there, and they can be all important when it comes to deciding the winner and runner-up of this group.
Yeah, they really can. And I think as a player, you sit here at this
100.
moment and you're playing and you're just thinking, one leg at a time. Let's get this back to 3-3. You know that you haven't got to throw in the last one, and you just hope to relax enough to then say, well, if you're going to go and beat me, mate, you go and get it.
100.
It's your throw to go and get. I'm going to try and stop you, but I'm not going to try too hard. I'm just going to be here in case you mess up.
$82.
Yeah, good last there.
$91.
I think Rene might have been better off putting a second one in that treble 20 there and then moving across maybe to the 18s or something else there to leave himself a finish, rather than was a nice line with that first start.
Yeah, it was there to be hit, wasn't it? And kind of
82.
in the situation in the game where you're looking to try and break the throw, I think you just try to score until you... I see why he did it, but
Yeah.
it was a risky dart.
It was. And,
100.
lucky for him, Grundy didn't really take advantage of that to leave himself a finish, although from 180 here, you'd expect him to leave himself something quite handy.
You would now, because he tends to follow that first one beautifully.
140.
And that's exactly what he's done again.
Rene, you require 114. Game,
Oh, what
shot,
a touch
and the
there
match.
from
Rene
Rene. A
Idams.
very unconventional finish of 114 there, leaving himself 34. But that was enough to get him the job done to win this first match 4-2 with an average of 94.35, which I think is Rene's highest average we've seen from him so far this week. So maybe the couple of days off have done him well. 4 from 8 on the checkouts, 50%, that highest checkout of 114 there in that last leg. Grundy did nothing wrong there either. 94 average himself and 40% on the checkouts. But that is the first game of Group 1 done. Next up, we'll be seeing Daryl Pilgrim versus Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Rene Idams got off the mark in our pool stages on Saturday night in a high-quality contest against Rob Grundy, a 4-2 victory sealed with a 1:14 checkout. Rob Grundy comes up in the next match in Group 1 against Steve Brown, needing to win to keep his chances alive. We're going to park Group 1 for now, and we're going to kick-start our Group 2 action. It's the meeting between the two players who came through Group B on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Daryl Pilgrim has been the favourite for the week right from the very outset, whilst Darren Johnson returns to the Saturday night fold, looking for success here under the lights of the live lounge in Portsmouth. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to see how they're feeling ahead of the big occasion. Daryl, here we are again. Familiar territory, finals night. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I like making the Saturday night.
There seems to be a special formula as well with you with Saturday night at the Super Series, and potentially this evening you could make a little bit of history. No one's ever qualified for 3 Champions Weeks before, and you could do exactly that.
Yeah, like I was saying last night, I was the first one to do 2, and now there's about 4 or 5 people this time that have done 2, so I want to be the first to make 3.
How do you assess your performances over the last couple of days?
Yeah, pretty good. Bit inconsistent in some places, but still pretty good. Couple of doubles missed, but then a couple of big checkouts, so it balances out.
Do you feel like there's a big one in the locker tonight?
I hope so.
Well, Darren, we wish you all the very best. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, thank you.
Darren, welcome back to finals night. Here again. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am, definitely.
How would you assess your 2 days in Group B?
I came in on Thursday feeling really good, but then on Thursday night, I must have picked a stomach bug up. And yesterday, I was really, really ill, really rough. And when I came back here, when I turned up to play, Steve Brown had exactly the same stomach bug. So I was drained. I felt really bad. Been to the chemist. I've had some stuff. I feel miles better today. So hopefully today I'll be a bit more like I played on Thursday.
And so got yourself through with that victory yesterday, through to Saturday night. How much would you like to have a little bit of success under these lights on a Saturday night?
Well, it's about time I did. I've never really performed here on a Saturday night, so it's about time.
And how much would getting through the Champions League, if you were successful this evening, mean to you?
It's just another game of darts. I don't look at it like that. It's just, I'll play tonight. If I get through, I get through. If I don't, I don't. And we'll just move on.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Dan, all the best.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, we welcome you back here to the commentary box. And myself and Corin Hammond. I'll take you through this game too. 2 very interesting interviews there, Corin.
I know. I love Darren Johnson's response there. It's just a game of darts. If I get through, I get through. If I don't, well, we'll just get over it and move on.
Yeah, we'll just pop in the car, mosey on back up road and pop on back to Yorkshire.
But that is a great attitude to have, though. You know, because there'll be plenty of more games of darts to be had. But, you know, maybe he was just trying to keep it a bit on the down low. Not show his, you know, will to win. Maybe lull Daryl here into a bit of a false sense of security.
Yeah, there are a lot of players like that. And like you say, he's been here before.
First leg, it's Daryl to throw first.
And
game on.
He kind of knows the feeling of here before. Obviously, they've both been here before. And Daryl with much success. So I he must be feeling the pressure a little bit, knowing that, you know, he has a chance of doing, you know, winning that Saturday night for the second time.
Well, there also comes a bit of expectation with it as well, doesn't there? Like, as the bookies were rightly, you know, saying that he has done it twice before, so there's no reason that he can't do it for a third time. So then sometimes once you have that weight of expectation on your shoulders, it does get a little heavy.
But I think he has the attitude right, you know, we've done it twice, and let's be the first one to make it the third time. You've got to keep making it a goal, haven't you, rather than a
82.
burden. Because you can turn that into a burden very quickly of I'm going to be the first one.
Yeah.
$139.
Bit of a miscount there from Pilgrim. Not left himself a finish. An 18 there would have seen him leave 167. But instead it's 166. Lucky 59. For him, though, he is well in front of Johnson there, and it wouldn't have mattered even if he'd got a 180. He wouldn't have left himself a finish either. So
And I think we can tell from his reaction that he kind of knew that that was going to be the way anyway. Otherwise, he'd have been walking around behind,
59.
sort of gesticulating to himself, as players do when they look at the scoreboard and go, "Oh no, I've done it again."
I know sometimes it's right as the dart leaves your hand that you go, "Oh no, that's not what I want. That wasn't what I wanted to go for."
60. Darryl, you require 107.
Tops for Pilgrim here to take out the
Game
first
shot
leg.
on the
Made no
first
mistake
leg.
of that one.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Yes, he's very good on those ton plus finishes.
Second leg, it's Darren
Yeah,
to throw
made the
first.
mistake, rectified the
Game
mistake,
on.
then finished the mistake off as if to say, "Well, I got myself in this. I'm good enough to get myself out of it."
100.
Darren, I see, from Mexborough, which is the home of Dennis Priestley also, so I'm getting the feeling that that's
99.
where the vibe of the stripy top comes from. Instead of doing red, he does blue, maybe.
Ah, right.
So he's not. So he must be a Dennis the Menace fan, I'm
81.
imagining, and even his dart is a similar shape to what Dennis Priestley used to use. It looks to be a kind of copy of that shape.
180.
The man from South Croydon opens up his 180 account for the evening.
45.
And I am certain it will not be a one-off.
$81.
Actually, and out to the associate membership, associate member qualifiers for some of the pro for Euro Tours.
133. Darryl, you
back in
require
Germany, and travelled a
141.
bit with Darryl. He's a likeable lad, enjoying his darts immensely at the moment, and he qualified for €2 while he was out there.
51.
He's a man
Darren, you
in
require
form.
142.
You going to stay there? Yeah, he was. It was a good line there, but not executed
80.
as perfectly as he would have liked.
Darryl, you require 90.
Up for the double five.
85.
Oh, just fell short there.
Darren, you require 62.
Big chance for Johnson here to hold on to his throw. It's a lovely first dart. Can he finish it
30.
off? Not quite.
They were
Darryl, you
right
require
close.
5.
Not badly thrown in any way, shape or form. Just didn't go quite where he wanted them to go.
No
Oh, and
score.
that was an overextended dart
Darren,
there
you
from
require
Pilgrim,
32.
missing a big part of the one. Needs to find this double.
16.
Can't find it.
Darryl, you require 5.
That's 5 wasted darts there from Johnson at a double, and that's the kind of thing you can't afford to do.
3. Darren, you require 16.
I don't think he'd have ever thought that he'd have been coming back here.
No
But you would have
score.
never thought that he would have missed it on the
Darryl, you
outside once
require
more.
2.
No, he was well away from it there.
Game shot and the second leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
That was a bit of a case of, if you give me enough darts at it, mate, I will hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a
Third leg, it's Darryl to
23
throw
dart
first.
waste there from
Game on.
Pilgrim, so not the best in the end, but mostly more wasted on doubles than anything else. But the one thing is it was a very important break for Pilgrim.
140.
Yeah, my dear old mate, Poppy George, used to say those long old legs, they you don't get them back if you lose them.
56.
No, you don't. And it puts Johnson in a difficult position here because now he needs to break Pilgrim not once but twice.
140.
Funny what this game does to you at times.
40.
Mindset has to be perfect going for a double, and you hit them 1 minute, and then the next leg you can be nowhere near them.
And that's the thing, when you start missing them, you
60.
keep thinking that this is going to continue, that you're going to continue missing it. And sometimes that is the case, like they're just never going to go in. You're getting further and further away from them. And that makes it worse because you just try harder. And the
Darryl,
harder
you
try, the
require
worse it gets.
161.
We've all been there, Scotty.
We have, unfortunately, I think there isn't a dart player in the world that plays at anything near this level that
55.
hasn't experienced it. It's one of those things you have to experience and try and get over each time it happens.
Now, that was good
115.
switching there from
Darryl, you
Johnson to
require
find those two
106.
57s.
Yeah,
Still
John-
way behind Pilgrim, though.
43.
Johnson's a regular on the World Seniors Darts Tour. Him and Martin Turner, who was here with him earlier in the week,
60.
travel about a bit
Darryl, you
together.
require 63. Game shot on the third leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
That is one thing we've learned about Pilgrim over the last few days, is that he does love the 36, likes to do what he can to leave himself
Fourth leg,
that.
it's Darren to throw first.
Yeah, to
Game
head in
on.
that direction. He'll go around the houses a little bit, but he'll know that that's a banker in
60.
his head, and exactly what we we're just saying about when you're going for doubles, you've got to know that you're going to hit it, and that's why players have all these wonderful doubles that they leave. The one I love is double 19. I always head back there. It's the stupidest double to go for, but I can't
180.
stand double 3.
Second 180 of the match for Pilgrim. I know, a bit like that as well.
100.
Yeah, we all have our favourite doubles. Actually, I favour whatever double I can hit, to be honest.
Yeah, good shout. I'm with me. If I leave double 19, I don't hit it that often. Because I don't leave it that
54.
often. But then I go and leave it when I'm struggling on something else. You'll see me have 48 left and I'll go 10 for double 19. But no reason whatsoever in it, because I feel like I can get it.
96. $59.
This is a must-win leg for Johnson, not only to keep himself in the match, but to at least get some
123.
legs on the board. Because the last thing he wants to do is to lose this match 4-0 and be -4 going into his second match, which will be against John Worsley, who we're yet to see from Group 2.
Since he missed those
44.
darts at a double in leg 2.
Darren, you
the wheels
require
have really fallen off for him. He
122.
hasn't sort of been able to hit the scoring that he was doing up to that point.
Bullseye here. Oh, he's thinking about whether to go for it or not. I was going to
80.
say I wouldn't take the chance with
Darryl, you
Pilgrim.
require
I've seen him have shots with a
164.
lot of ton plus finishes.
No, I think he smiled at himself. One, because he missed it by so far, and two, I think because he even thought about thinking that Darryl might miss it.
44. Darren, you require 42. Game shot and the fourth leg.
I was good
Darren
with Johnson there,
Johnson.
taking out the 32. I feel like he'd had a lot of practice darts around that side of the board, so was bound to hit one sooner or later.
Fifth leg, it's Darryl to throw
See,
first.
I wouldn't have gone back
Game
there. I'd
on.
have been off somewhere else. I'd have been looking for that 6. Get me up to 36. Get me anywhere but that I've already had 8 darts in that region. Just
55.
move me away from there, please.
$125.
Well, the hard work's still in front of him here because he needs to break Pilgrim. And then win the next leg to hold his own darts to force it aside.
85.
Basically, he's got to win all the legs from here.
Simple. Once you know what you got to do.
60.
It is a simple way to look at it. Just win all the legs.
46.
Oh, a troubleless visit from Pilgrim. You don't see many of those. And certainly not a lot that include
45.
something outside of the 20s or 19s.
$58. $57.
Turned into a lot of troubleless visits at the minute. Nobody's finding the mark.
$80.
Still not able to leave himself a finish, so big chance here for Johnson if he can leave himself something handy. That trouble's certainly going to help.
94.
Pilgrim will be looking at 137. Set himself up. He's got to go back over the top of the other one at the
137.
Perfectly done.
Darren, you require 120. Game shot and the fifth leg.
From Johnson to be
Darren
able
Johnson.
to pull off the Shanghai on the 20s for a 120 finish. And importantly, a break of throw. So this match is not done yet, Scotty.
Sixth leg,
No,
it's Darren
that's
to throw first.
I'm from up to
Game
north.
on.
I'm going nowhere. And he isn't. What a great finish that was under that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
It had to go.
42.
Oh, and then look at the disappointment in his face there, kicking off this leg with 42.
$140.
Especially when your opponent goes and does something like that to you.
You know it's coming. The minute you do that at 45 or whatever in this situation, you know
84.
that they've got to open up and hit a big score against you. And you just know it's coming because you just relax your opponent immediately.
82. $17.
This is the last thing he wants here.
Been a bit more body movement from Johnson on those last couple of throws. His body's rocked forward a little and made his darts go wayward. Not that he stands
43.
perfectly still when he throws anyway, but it's just he's trying that extra bit, isn't he?
180.
He's found it back again now with his first 180 of the match. Wasn't enough to leave himself a finish though. But unless Pilgrim can find a treble here,
60.
he's not going to leave a finish either. So he's got the advantage back here now. If he can leave himself a finish, which he can.
100.
That 180 was a third of this game and 7th of the evening, and we are just in game 2.
Yeah.
97.
But we also
Darren, you
talk about
require
being able to hit
78.
the right scores at the right times. That's often what wins you matches, and that was. Oh, and what another
Game
great
shot
finish
on the
from
sixth
Johnson there
leg.
on
Darren
the 78.
Johnson.
Which brings us to a 7th and final deciding leg.
7th and final leg. It's Darren
Lot
to
of
throw
appreciation
first.
to each other
Game
there.
on.
No handshake, no fist pump, no. Just a nod of appreciation. I quite like that. I don't like everybody cuddling
100.
and getting all too friendly
No,
at
no,
3-3.
no, exactly. Just crack on.
$77. 96. $95.
Oh, nice last dart there above those other two to get himself that 57.
$91.
Daryl moving himself over to the 54s because he's not finding what he wants on the treble 20s at the minute. He's very good at those 54s as well.
45.
We were mentioning Dennis Priestley earlier, and he was a big switcher to the 54, wasn't he? If the target, or he wasn't having any success on the treble 20.
94.
Pilgrim's first tour finish here with 120. Oh, doesn't matter what Johnson does here now. He's not going to be able to leave a finish. So 6 at least for Pilgrim to close out this match.
Daryl, you require 120. $80.
Pilgrim couldn't repeat what Darren Johnson had done, but in previous leg. But I have to say that Johnson will be disappointed to be way
54.
back on 248 after 12 darts.
Daryl, you require
And now
40.
only just under the 200. It's all Pilgrims for the taking. It's double 15 now.
25.
Is this a little bit of tense, nervous headache?
I feel like it might be, Scotty.
So important to win the first game.
And this is always what happens. Yeah.
134.
That was some great darts
Daryl,
there
you
from
require
Johnson, really putting the
15.
pressure on Pilgrim for this 15.
$11.
That was definitely
Darren,
an
you require
adrenaline-fueled
60.
dart there at the double 4 for Pilgrim.
This is for the match. A dart that he would not have been expecting to get. One at it.
Game.
And he hits
shot.
it.
And
You
the
could
match.
say it's daylight
Darren
robbery from
Johnson.
Darren Johnson. That did not look probable. He needed to reel the ball off one after the other, and he did exactly that. The average is nothing to write home about, mainly because of the double stats. Good high checkouts there, 107 and 120. We're heading to a break, and we will be back with you with another game shortly.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, the favourite for the night, Darryl Pilgrim, was beaten 4-3 by Darren Johnson, and he was 3-0 up in that game as well, the Flying Eagle. So we go to the middle match of Group 1, and it sees Rob Grundy in action. He has to win to keep his hopes alive. He takes on Steve Brown, back into a Saturday night finale, and early on this evening, I caught up with a bomber. Steve, back at Saturday night, how much looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I feel a lot better than I did yesterday. Yeah, I don't think we can, if I'm honest, I think we could pick a winner tonight.
As you say, a little bit fitter now. Has it just been a case of just resting the whole day today?
Yeah, I mean, I've not got much sleep over the last 2 days, but I do feel I've managed to eat today, which is a result. So I love my food. So yeah, no, it's been a good day.
You said just a second ago you feel like this is the sort of night that's open to everyone.
Yeah, I think so. If you look at the field, I don't think it's a runaway sort of favourite. So again, I think it's going to be down to missed doubles or whatever. But I think I can't see anybody running away with it.
Have you enjoyed this week the little bit of a luxury of just being a darts player and just relaxing and enjoying the game a bit?
Yeah, that was the purpose of this week for me, was to come away and try and sort of reminisce from maybe 10 years ago when I was on a pro tour and taking it seriously. So this week I tried sort of having that mindset. It's worked for 2 or 3 days. But again, I said I'm so up and down at the moment, but I do think the more sort of time I get on this stage, the better I'll get.
Well, Steve, we look forward to watching you tonight. All the very best.
Cheers.
Thank you and welcome back. So yes, we have the second match of Group 1 here. Rob Grundy taking on Steve Brown. Now we know that Grundy lost his first match to Rennie Edams, so this is a must-win match for him to be able to keep his hopes of making it through to the semi-finals alive. Obviously, Steve Brown wants to come out the winner, so there's not so much pressure on him in his last match of the round, which will, of course, be against Rennie Edams.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Steve because obviously throwing
First leg,
second
it's
as well.
Rob
He
to
hasn't
throw
played yet.
first.
Rob's already played.
Game on.
And in a situation where I thought Rob played really well with his 94 average, so, you know, it won't have felt like a loss. He would be happy with the way he played, so he'll probably come into this
80.
feeling sort of okay.
Yeah, he didn't do a lot wrong in that first match against Rennie, and he
30.
left himself tops there, and then Rennie come along and took out the 114 for the match. So that was, some good darts. So all he can do is pick himself up, dust himself off, and get back into this second match now.
60.
Well, I got away with one there because he started slowly, but so had Rob Grundy. So to add his looseness, he's going to have to get going now.
99. $140.
Great switch there
128.
from Rob. Even without that second treble 18, just a single would have been enough to lead him on a
28.
finish.
Rob, you require 134.
Well, he was looking for the 42 there. He's found himself in the 11. Needs to fix that up.
$77.
Treble 13 was a shot there, and he's dropped that one as well and landed himself in the 6. But does have the luxury of Brown not being on a finish
43.
himself. So
Rob, you require
he's
57.
back now for the 57 and this first leg.
$47.
Oh, well inside.
Steve,
that
you
double
require
10 there.
160. $43. Rob, you
Not quite
require
the visit
10.
he was hoping for, but he won't panic too much. Like we said at the start, he hasn't got the darts.
Game shot and the first leg. Rob Grundy. Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. 100.
I was saying last night watching Steve Brown that he seems to have this demeanour
60.
of he's not real bothered. Like it just, you know, he's thinking, I could be at home sitting on the sofa watching the TV or watching Wimbledon doing something or whatever.
73.
But, yeah, I'm here playing darts. But he does seem a little bit more, into it tonight. But that could have well been, as he was explaining in his pre-match interview, that he wasn't feeling the greatest last night. So that could have had something to do with it.
44.
Yeah, it's difficult when you know you're not feeling right. You feel you're up against the elements before you even start. The game is hard enough mentally without
50.
knowing that you're not actually feeling 100%. It's a horrible feeling.
$180.
That's a score that gets Grundy right back in the leg.
100.
Steve Bowden looks to the skies and heavens as he realises he leaves himself on a bogey.
Yeah, so chance here for Grundy.
60.
Didn't truly take advantage of it, but 157 is still a finish.
100. Rob, you require 157.
He's going to leave something handy here.
99. Steve, you require 68.
Brown will get one dart at something. It looks to be tops.
Game shot and the second leg.
Hits it right in the corner.
Steve Brown.
Good switch from our cameraman there. Across to give you that shot in tops.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on. $58.
That hole to 68 is far more important than we give credit for. It's the first double on the board.
22.
Steve, and that should give him a bit of confidence, but it's have only helped him hit 2 ones there. His body was all over the place there on that throw.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though, with him
100.
not having the darts from the first leg. For him to win this match, he needs to find a break somewhere along the line. So those single ones aren't going to help him out.
31.
Neither's that 31.
Like you say, he only has to break once.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't have to be this leg.
No.
But then you start putting pressure on yourself.
Because
when
it'll
you-
have
Yes.
to be the next
80.
one. Another bounce out there for Grundy.
$140.
That certainly helps Brown get back in this leg.
A score that came from nowhere, really.
Law of averages, though, Scotty, at some
85.
point you're going to have to hit them.
Yeah. Yeah, there is that. There is that.
30.
And then straight back into those fives. I often say when I'm playing and having, you know, a leg like that where you might hit ton 40, then 45, then ton, then 30 or something like that. And I
94.
think it's like I'm playing a game of pairs, but I need my good partner back.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah. Yeah.
62.
Yeah, that can happen.
Rob, you require 84.
84 here for Grundy to take a 2-1 lead. Doesn't need to go the ball route if he doesn't want to, and doesn't. He'll probably stay down that segment there.
44.
On my way back on 216 and needing a
45.
treble to leave something. So
Rob, you require 40.
that a bit of a difficult dart for him to get around there?
Yeah, he's going to have to come left.
His darts dip quite low,
10.
so hard to get it under there.
Came left too far, but he has the luxury of Steve Brown being back on 171, and we saw this
97.
earlier.
Yeah.
Darren
Rob, you
Johnson in that
require
last
30.
leg against Darryl Pilgrim. You just invite pressure, don't you?
Absolutely, and double 15's not the easiest double on the board.
No
Ooh,
score.
Nice score. Well, we were
Steve, you
saying
require
earlier in this leg
74.
that this probably wasn't going to be the leg that Brown was going to break in, and now he's going to have at least a dart at tops here.
Game
And
shot
finds it.
and the third leg. Steve Brown.
Another scene of robbery here at the Modus Live Lounge with Steve Brown breaking Rob Grundy in the third leg to take a 2-1
Fourth
lead.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
We don't want any stagecoaches just going up the street tonight outside, because there's enough robbers in here that you won't get away with your loot.
140.
Oh, and then kicks off the fourth leg with a 140.
$97.
So is this where we switch round now and say, all Steve Brown has got to do is to hold his own throws
Yeah,
now?
exactly.
29.
But what Grundy needs to do is forget about that last leg and just crack on with this one, because the worst thing you can do is keep thinking about all those missed opportunities that you'd had and be thinking, God, I could be 2-1 up myself here.
140.
Seems to be he has put it to bed.
So Steve Brown, one of the busiest
42.
people I know. With all that he's got going on in life at the moment, JDC, ADC, running a bar, still trying to throw a few as well. It's just, this is his downtime, he says. How can this be your downtime? This is the bit that
100.
winds me up in life the most.
Yeah, well, he did mention that he was...
140. Rob,
had
you
the
require
intention of just coming to be
164.
a dart player only for this week, and that was all he was going to do. And as he said, it only lasted a couple of days. And he'll probably have quite a fair few emails to be getting back to come Monday morning.
99. Steve,
Yeah,
you
you're never
require
away from it, are you? It's always
150.
going to be there in a pile waiting for you to come back. Not what I have left in a
47.
pile waiting for me when I get back.
Rob, you
being a
require
farmer.
65.
Chance for Grundy to get the break back here if he can put away this 65. Well, that was low on the tops. Straight down for 2 10s.
45. Steve, you require 103. 27.
Oh,
Rob, you require 20.
Brown was gone for the double 18 there to leave him tops. Yes,
Game
and he
shot
finds
on the
two
fourth
tens
leg.
there
Rob Grundy.
to get the break back and put us back on track at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
So now, all Grundy's got to do is hold throw. And the match will be
100.
his.
Does make it a little bit more exciting
81.
when there's breaks of throws all over the place and don't really know what's going to happen. Missed doubles and yeah.
Just gives our production team a headache while they're filling in the
140.
tables and everything else. It's just
58. $180.
Now we have the second 180 of the match. Both of them being hit by Grundy.
68. Rob, you require 81.
9th of Saturday night finals night. On the 180s.
No, 56. Yeah.
Just checking with the referee there as to what he had
41.
left.
Went for a big 16 there and hit a double 8. What a lovely miss that was.
That was quite lucky.
100. Rob, you require 40.
The lay of his darts makes it really difficult for him to get one under. And that's the problem with tops, because if he does go under tops, it moves into a different
20.
double. So he doesn't have the chance to stack on top as what he likes to do. So he's better off missing from a great height, really.
Yeah, I think he'd rather have 60 left than double top on its
yeah.
own. Yeah,
Rob, you
so he can
require
put one in and
20.
put one over the top. 20 down for Grundy.
Game
finds it with
shot
the
on the
last
5th
dart
leg.
there.
Rob Grundy.
All to do for Brown from here.
6th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I reckon Rob
Game
Grundy's
on.
a relation of the producer of Neighbours, wasn't it? Reg Grundy or something that you used to produce Neighbours. You're Australian, you know these things.
40.
I actually did think when I was here yesterday, as soon as I saw his name Grundy, immediately thought of Grundy Television. Couldn't say it yesterday. No one else would have got it. I don't think they're Neighbours fans, but I'm
100.
glad you.
I love it. I can't wait for it to come back. I love Neighbours.
So maybe we'll have to ask him later.
I'm still watching the old ones, mate. That's great. They're putting the old ones back on. It's brilliant.
46.
Watched Scott and Charlene get married again yesterday.
Not as great as watching the darts that we've got on display tonight, though, Scotty.
Hey, it's finals night.
Yep.
100.
There's nothing better than finals night. The whole dynamic changes
83.
for the players. It's like, you work all week to get to the show,
Exactly.
and then you have to perform on this night. You are very lucky if you underperform and stay here for very long. Sometimes you are very lucky if you overperform
180.
and stay here very long.
And Grundy so far is performing well.
123. Rob, you require 121.
Didn't need to go the bull route there with Brown back on 209, but he's left himself 84.
84. $97.
Managed to find the 60 with the last dart, even having to get under his first dart.
A 137.
Great darts from
Rob, you
Steve, although
require
it feels
24.
like he was just rolling the arm over with that shot, but he has put some pressure on Grundy here. Again, just outside, needs to find his way under it, which is quite difficult.
No score.
Case of
Steve,
nearly
you
too
require
close
72.
with those first two.
Yeah, particularly with the way that his darts lie. Oh, missed single number there. Corrected
Game
herself
shot
well,
on the
though.
6th leg.
There we
Steve
have it.
Brown.
72 checkout from Steve Brown, tying up this match and leading us to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg. It's Rob to
They
throw
just
first.
will not go away
Game
from
on.
each other, will they?
No, and that's the thing. Every time that Grundy has given Brown an opportunity at a double, he has hit it, because currently Brown is 100% on his doubles.
100.
It's one of those where there's been that many breaks of throw. Who actually wants to throw first in this last leg?
60.
I definitely feel it's the way that Grundy's darts land in the board that had
81.
prevented him from hitting that double. They were far too close to the wire and just wasn't able to get it underneath.
And they were kind of
100.
crisscrossed as well, so he couldn't really use them. He had to go to the side where he couldn't see them.
Works well for him here, though, with his fourth 180 of the match.
83. Rob, you require
10th of the
140.
evening. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are just in match 3.
Oh, double 10.
120.
that was right.
What
on
a
the
way to win
wire.
it that would have been. It's a familiar pattern here. We got Brown way back on 258.
43. Rob, you require 20.
This is where you have to be mentally strong.
Game,
And strong
shot,
he was.
and the
Rob
match.
Grundy
Rob
wins that
Grundy.
4-3. He will be one relieved man. He will be off back into that players' room. Have a sit down and half a shandy and gather his thoughts. But it's Rob Grundy goes through 4-3. 83.48 on the average. Enough this time. 4 180s. 4 out of 25 on the doubles. You think he's going to have to sharpen that up. We will be back after a short break with Darren Johnson versus John Worsley.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Rod Grundy has kept his hopes of qualification alive by getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 3. But he's going to have to wait on the result in the final game of Group 1 to see whether he progresses. Right, middle game of Group 2 time now. And it sees a first appearance of the evening for John Worsley. The Womble has already made it through to Champions League before here at the Live Lounge. He takes on Darren Johnson, the comeback man who beat Darryl Pilgrim 4-3 from 3-0 down. Watching this one in the commentary box, Scott Mitchell and Colin Hammond.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, we're back for the second match of Group 2. Darren Johnson, John Worsley. As Henry mentioned, Johnson already
First
has a
leg,
win
it's
under his
Darren
belt,
to throw first.
so he'll be
Game
feeling
on.
quite comfortable.
John should be feeling quite comfortable because he come through as the winner of Group C. But because there are 3 groups, the winner of Group B also gets the darts as well as the winner of Group A. But that's not possible for the winner of Group C.
180.
So I won Group C a few weeks ago, and yeah, you come in confident, but then thinking, well, hang on a minute, I won my group. Well, come on, I haven't got the darts like the other
43.
two.
It's a very complicated system we have here at the Super Series.
It's far too complicated for me. I'm just happy to be here, either in the commentary box or throwing the darts. It's the most amazing
100.
throw to play on. One of the nicest throws I've ever thrown on in my whole life.
Well, you've thrown on a lot of different dartboards
100.
over your time, Scott. So to get a compliment such as that is a great thing here for the Super Series.
Yeah, I've thrown as far north as Stornoway and as far south as
30.
Moama
Australia?
Bowling Club. Yeah, Moama Bowling Club, just off the Murray River.
$98.
Off to a good start here is Johnson,
96.
leaving himself 95 after 12. I was only going to say 97 then. I don't know why.
100. Darren, you require 95.
So gone the traditional route for the 95. Just treble 19, double
37.
19.
John, you require 160.
I feel that's because he seems to be focusing more on playing the 19s.
Here we go then. Tops for the first leg.
140.
And what a shot out that would have been.
Darren, you require 58. $18.
Oh, 2 darts go begging
John,
there.
you require 20. Game shot and the first
Now we
leg.
have it. First leg
John
to Worsley
Worsley.
and an early break of throw in this match.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $140.
I remember this time last year, John was part of the Super League team that won the Champion of Champions at the UKTA
96.
up in Rotherham.
Who does he play Super League for? Can't remember now.
I want to say Chepstow.
60.
It's along with Nick Kenny, Sam Kankit. It's a bit of a star-studded lineup.
Sounds it.
100.
There are some classy others, and if I've forgotten you, I do apologise. It's just one of those off the top of my head. Usually can't remember what happened yesterday, so to remember something that happened
40.
just over a year ago, to be the Champion of Champions, which is all the best Super League teams in the country, playing off against one another.
98. 41.
Worsley throws those real stackable type darts where ones that he can throw over the top. They sit quite flat in the board.
100.
Because of the parabolic arc that Darren Johnson has on his throw, where he doesn't throw them sort of dead flat, he can go over the top of his dart, even though the dart...
Bit more of a lob.
Yes, it is. It tips up. His dart tips up, but he's still able to
84.
get past the flight.
Darren, you require
Well, a
107.
chance here for Johnson to break back if he can put away this 107. 88 remaining. Ooh, just missed there.
37. John, you require 136.
We're not going to see a 136 checkout here, so
100.
Johnson gets a second bite at the cherry.
Darren,
with
you
70
require
remaining.
70. Game shot and
Makes
the
no
second
mistakes
leg.
with the top
Darren
this leg.
Johnson.
One dart was all he needed. And a second break of throw. Is this match going to be a
Third
a
leg is
break of
Darren to throw first.
match?
Game on.
Well, it was the last match, wasn't it? And we didn't get a hold of throw till right at the end.
30. $100. $100. $87.
Didn't like the lie there in the 20, so switched.
And was upset with the end result of going into the 7 there.
120.
Oh, a costly bounce out from Johnson there.
Good adjustment here.
180.
He looks towards the TV screen as if to say, well, where'd that come from?
139. John, you require 134.
He's going to
That's a
go
good
tops,
start.
tops. He is.
Game
And he finds
shot
it.
and the third
What a
leg.
fantastic
John
1-3-4
Worsley.
checkout from John Worsley. And the third break of throw for this match.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Our referee Nick Rolls is having a feast of breaks of throw up there this evening.
100.
Have to say I love hearing Nick's voice. I was very fortunate he was the referee who called me home in 2015.
140.
Oh, yes, I'm fairly certain he was the referee for my World Championships final. Didn't work out the same way that yours did, but yeah, I am fairly certain he was a referee, actually.
I'm fairly certain he was. I've actually
140.
been trying to Google you and trying to find that game to see if I could catch you out on it, but I was pretty sure that he was, but I cannot. You obviously
83.
do lots of interviews because all these interviews keep coming up rather than the final game. So
Well, it was a long time ago now, Scotty. The back in the day story. 2017, yeah.
if I remember rightly, I think
49.
I practiced with you most of the week.
You
I
did.
think
You did?
it's probably why you lost.
I
You
doubt
needed a
it very
decent
much.
coach. You needed a decent coach,
58.
Doubt it very much.
not the boy from the village. Still say the best barbecue I ever went to at my house was when you were cooking and not when I was cooking. You were brilliant. You Aussies just know how to use those Barbies.
140.
Oh, nice 140 there from Worsley, leave himself 72. And we could actually have a hold of throw in this match, which would be the first one.
140. John, you require
Hang on a
72.
minute.
Yeah,
Hang on
exactly,
a minute.
it's
There's
not.
a 140 gone in. It's a great dart.
54.
Oh, just fell short.
Darren, you require 80.
One dart at tops.
40. John, you require 18.
Not to be. He's going straight at it. Looks like he is. Oh, two close
Yeah.
ones. Is there a gap?
9.
Oh, it was going to be tricky
Darren,
to
you
get it in
require
there
40.
under those two darts.
He was that far over. He nearly had to pay a £2 booking fee to get back in.
$20.
Wasn't
John, you
able to find
require
it there
9.
either.
Twice we've seen Darren Johnson do that this evening. And on both occasions when he stepped back with one in his hand, he missed.
Game shot
Worsley
on the
doesn't miss, though,
fourth
with last
leg.
dart in hand
John
and
Worsley.
able to hold his throw and take a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Darren
Go
to
on,
throw
finally
first.
hold a throw.
Game on.
The result of this match could throw up all sorts of conundrums.
25.
Well, yeah, it does, particularly if the match was to end after this leg and Worsley was to get a 4-1 win. Even though Darren Johnson won his first game,
90.
only getting one leg in the second one makes all the difference on the leg difference, given that Pilgrim's game that he's lost, he did win 3 legs in it, so-
125.
He'll be watching this, fancying it
Exactly.
as well out the back room there. He'll be thinking, come on, John White, get in there. And then he won't be wanting John to get anything out of him
60.
in the last group game.
$140. $68. $95.
Johnson really is loving those 19s.
He's actually, you know, he's not so wayward on them, is he, at the
No.
moment?
And it's great to have a B game like that.
100.
Because there
Darren,
are
you
times that you
require
can't find those
116.
treble 20s, so it's nice to know that, you know, you can be pretty competent on those cover shots.
42.
So you're hitting 19s for fun. You sat on 116.
I know, and then he goes back up the top.
I
Yeah.
didn't get that shot at all.
No, me neither. Made a bit of a mess of it, to be honest. Left himself
45.
74.
Darren, you
We
require
expect he's gonna
74.
go treble 14 for double 16. He does. Only finds a single, though, so it'll be 20 for tops. Oh, and
35.
a big miss
John,
at
you
tops
require
there.
138.
Well, he stepped back from a dart, a double earlier, just shortly ago, and missed it. Worsley will stay there. He's back over on that double 9.
120.
Once again, is not successful.
Darren, you require 39.
Right shot, though, I think, staying there with that marker already in the treble.
Yeah, used the dart beautifully.
Well, back over for 2 10s. I'm not sure he expected to do that, to be honest. I think he may have been going for the 7. Oh, and
No score.
found the bed next door there.
John, you
There's
require
been a lot
18.
of missed doubles from Johnson in this match so far.
Game, shot, and the match.
John Worsley's
John
match, though,
Worsley.
4-1. It's a story of This doubles there for Darren Johnson. But Worsley will be happy to be over the line. He was better in the averages, slightly better in the doubles, and he had the highest checkout in that match. But Johnson already has that win under his belt. We head to a short break, and we will join you after with Steve Brown, Rennie Idams.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw John Worsley get the better of Darren Johnson by 4-1 in the middle match in Group 2. Now time for the final game in Group 1. It sees the return of Rene Idams. He won 4-2 against Rob Grundy. He needs only a couple of legs to qualify through to the semi-finals, while Steve Brown is in need of a win to send himself into the Final Four. Watching this one in the commentary box, Colin Hammond and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. He's in a position, with Steve Brown, that he knows what he has to do. Sometimes when you're in this sort of little round robin situation,
First leg, it's Steve to
nice
throw
to know that you
first.
have
Game
to
on.
win.
Saturday nights is a little bit different though, because even though it is still like a little mini round robin with the groups, it kind of
50.
feels like it is do or die from the very first match. Like if you lose your first match, you put yourself in a really difficult position. The second match.
$94.
Grundy will be out back, watching
60.
intently, because should Brown win, legs are going to come into this.
$94.
Yes, they would, definitely. And I think it would, well, I don't even want to have to try and guess what it would be.
140.
To be perfectly honest.
The all-go level, this is the worst night for you and I to be in here. We're not the greatest statisticians in the world.
No, we're not. We're relying on other people to tell us.
We are indeed.
180.
There we have the first 180 of the match from Rennie.
100. Rene, you require 133.
With Rene being against the darts, he turned the darts with that 180.
57. Steve, you require
Troublous does
151.
it for him there. Steve, give Steve Brown a chance. 128, Stevie.
42. Rene, you require 76.
Across the double 18.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
a tidy finish and
Rene
break a throw.
Idams.
Been a long wait for Idams to be back on at game 5 from game 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Second leg,
it
it's
has
Rene
been.
to throw first. Game
And
on.
Now that we've seen all the players have their first match, with John Worsley just having his first match there in game 4, our previous one. I mean, you have to say so far that Rennie Adams has
60.
had the standout performance so far this evening in his first match against Rob Grundy.
60.
We're getting to the stage where averages are not really an issue here now. It's about winning games.
Oh, well, exactly. We say that all the time. Averages aren't,
58.
averages aren't what win games. Hitting the doubles are what win games. And as I've heard, Chris Mason say, they don't write averages on the winners' trophies.
99.
No, they don't. I've got no averages on any of my trophies. Not even the trophies that I won them by getting high averages. Don't have the averages on the trophies. So he's absolutely spot on there.
59. $85. $100.
It's a treble visit for
26.
Steve Brown, but not the trebles that he was after.
I know, it's so annoying when they go into that treble 1 or treble 5 for that matter.
$100.
Rennie Adams isn't having much trouble finding that treble 20 though. That's even more annoying.
66.
When your first start
Renee,
is a
you
good one
require
straight in the treble and you can't
124.
follow it up even with a single 20. They spray into the ones and fives.
And ironically, it's left him on a bogey again.
41.
Now he's going to the left side of the
45.
20. Not having much luck here.
Renee,
in
you
this
require 83.
First leg is Brown.
He's left himself the 120 just in case Idams lets him back, and he's back on that 25 job again for him.
67.
Those 80 shots.
Steve, you require 120.
And this being 120, he only needs one treble here to get him a shot. It's not happened on this occasion.
45.
Wayward again.
Renee, you require
Looks to be
16.
feeling the heat in there tonight. Steve Brown. Idams now has a chance of a 2-0 lead.
No score. Steve, you require
Not able
75.
to find that double 8 though, so gives Brown the chance. Now he's going to have 2 at 24. Cross to double 6.
And getting himself out of jail with these types of shots.
Game shot
this
and the
evening,
second leg.
And he's done
Steve
it once
Brown.
more.
Steve Brown is very much showing himself as the player, as don't give me an opportunity to hit a double because
Third
I
leg, it's
will
Steve
take
to throw
it.
first. Game on. $91. $58. $58.
Steve Brown did this in a little bit of a rubber leg earlier. He then managed to find a little spurt in the next couple of
60.
legs. It hasn't happened this time.
$85.
Well, good last there for him. Needed that treble.
$140.
He did indeed, because Idams had a double treble visit there of his own.
$90.
Not quite sure Brown's thinking on that shot. There. Left himself 177.
60.
I think he was just searching for something. I think he was just searching for a treble.
$121.
That visit finds 2.
Was a good correction there from him after missing the second dart.
45.
He's back for 56.
Steve, you
to take a
require
2-1 lead.
56.
And was able to
Game
find
shot
two
and the
tens.
third leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown leads this match 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Renee to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's got a couple here supporting tonight. I know his dad's out there.
100.
Travelled all the way over from Bristol to watch his boy.
140.
That was a better shot from Brown there. Grouping of darts, all in the one number.
44.
Steve's son John has played here. Steve and the gang came over to support John. His appearance
57.
here on Saturday evening.
$95. $100. 92.
Yeah, that was good switch and good thinking there from Items to leave himself 170.
45.
Oh, that was a
Rene, you require
wayward dart
170.
there for Brown, which could prove to be costly because he's not left himself a finish.
Now, I believe that Items need one more
46.
leg to secure his place in the semi-final.
Yes, we did talk about the fact that he didn't actually need to win this match. He just needed to be able to get a few legs in.
119.
Two is
Rene,
the
you
magic
require
number for him.
124.
14 for Bull. Oh, and he's missed the big single number. We've seen him do this a couple of times already this evening. Do often say those single numbers are the hardest
84.
ones.
Steve, you require
would know that
40.
he only needs 2 legs.
I'm not quite sure. I think he would know he only needs a few legs.
Game
And there it is,
shot
third
and the
dart.
fourth leg. Steve
For
Brown.
Steve Brown getting himself a breaker throw and the advantage of a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw
So
first.
he'll now be
Game on.
throwing for the match. And if he does win this leg, then we know that that means that Items is out and both Steve Brown and Rob Grundy will be through.
100.
So, yeah, if
100. $60. $133. $60. $58.
I feel like there might be a bit of tension creeping in for both players here.
60.
yeah, there sure is.
$100.
Brown needs a treble here. Oh, finds it with his last dart.
Rene,
to
you
put a bit of a
require
pressure on the
110.
You're going to go 3 bull or 13 tops? 13 tops it is. And
Game
tops he
shot
finds
and the fifth
for
leg.
a 110
Rene
checkout for
Items.
Rene Items, which means that he has qualified through to a semi-final position. 2 legs was all he needed.
And what a checkout it
Sixth
was
leg
to
is
do it.
Rene to throw first.
I love that way
Game
at
on.
110 as well.
If he knew it, then what a way to go.
57. $45.
So,
If Steve Brown takes it out on this leg, then that's going to guarantee his qualification through to the semi-finals as well.
180.
Item seems to have other plans here.
58. $100.
Seems to be finding his rhythm now.
It's a slower rhythm. He's slowed
Rene, you
down a
require
little.
164.
Rene doesn't look to be throwing darts away now.
Doesn't need to go 54 bull. Just having to think about what he wants to do here.
Yeah, rightly so, I think.
140.
Feel your boots there on the treble 20s.
Yeah.
You had a lovely one there. Can't understand why it took some thinking about.
I know, because the
62.
problem is if you go across to the 54 and you hit it, then you think, am I going to
Rene,
go
you
the ball or
require
not?
24.
Anyway, he didn't do it. Hit the 140, left himself 24, so now he's got, well, at least 6 to even this match up and send us to a decider. Well, gone inside there, across to the double 6. Is he having to think about what he wants to do here, whether to go for the double 6 or...
18.
Because of things like that.
Yeah, I think we had a great shot there from our producer and our cameraman where you could see his hand was shaking when he was heading for that double 6.
100. Rene, you require 6.
Double 3 is a quick
No
trip
score.
to double 1.
Steve, you require 136.
It'll go big 19 now to
96.
leave double top. It's pressure.
Rene, you require
for
6.
Idams.
Absolutely. Fairly certain Grundy's going to be sitting in the players' room hoping the item hits this double 3. Oh,
No score.
Got closer, but couldn't put it away.
Steve, you require 40.
Interesting, given that he left himself 34 in his first match to win. It's all about Brown now.
It's a little bit tense up there on the big stage tonight. Take stock. It's like throwing again now once you step back.
Game shot.
But he's hit it.
And the match.
He needed
Steve
50%
Brown.
and he hit it. Looks to me like Idams thinks he's out. We don't seem to think that. We will get back to you shortly, but there is the result. Once again, it's not about the averages, it's about how tense that match was. It looks to me, and what we're being told in our ear, that Steve Brown now wins the group with that 4-2 win, and Rene Idams finishes runner-up. We are off to a short break, and we will back with some more tension here at the darts with John Worsley against Daryl Pilgrim.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where a 4-2 victory for Steve Brown against Rene Idans before the break has seen both players progress through to the semi-finals and eliminating Rob Grundy from the process. So, to the final pool stage match we go then on Saturday night, and it is win and stay in. As far as Daryl Pilgrim's concerned, if he loses, he will be eliminated from the competition, and Darren Johnson will go through. As for John Worsley, doesn't matter what happens here, he is into the semi-finals. Watching this one in the commentary box, Scott Mitchell and Colin Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. We had a bit of a tense one there in that last game before the break. Everybody had their shoes and socks off trying to work out who had gone where as the legs were coming in.
I don't think anyone would have been as tense, though, as Rob Grundy in the back room
First
watching
leg,
that
it's
match.
John to throw
You've got to
first.
feel for him a bit, though, too, because he's
Game
played well
on.
tonight, but it just hasn't fallen in his favour.
Yeah, there were a couple of legs there against Steve Brown that he could have had
Exactly.
when he played Browner, and with the legs difference as it's gone, he
41.
Are we out there like a face like a bulldog chewing a wasp?
Well, as Henry mentioned at the top of this match, John Worsley has absolutely guaranteed himself qualification through to tonight's semi-final. And for Pilgrim, it's a must-win match.
135.
Pilgrim hits our 15th 180 of the evening.
100. $100. $180.
It's just around 180s for fun now.
180 number 16 for the evening. We're on game number 6.
$55. Daryl, you require 41.
It's been a great start from Pilgrim. With the fact that he knows
Game
that he
shot
needs
and the
to win
first
this.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
And that is a polished 11-dart break of throw from Pilgrim.
It was not even the double that he
Second
was...
leg, it's Daryl
or
to
the
throw
combination
first.
that he was
Game
looking for.
on.
Obviously looking for a single 9 to leave 32. Hit the treble 9. Straight down to the double 7.
180.
He's put himself in this position. He is, by Jove, going to get himself out of it in his head. Here comes Worsley.
180.
And in a blink of an eye, we are on 9-dart finish heaven.
180.
We've had 9 darts thrown, 3 180s. Oh. Worsley's just upset the show with not being on a 9-darter himself.
Daryl, you require 141.
He started down. He won't be worrying about that now. He'll be more
78.
Worried about winning the leg. Big deflection there off of Worsley's first dart.
125. Daryl, you require
But
63.
corrected it well. Potential for another 11-darter here from Pilgrim. Not to be this time. Tops he wants.
23.
I like that way as
John,
well.
you
That's good
require
ball management.
101.
It is good. Because he loves the 36. So 27 is good target. Still doable for Worsley here. Needs a treble 20. Doesn't find it.
Looks like he's coming out to the treble 16 for 76.
73. Daryl, you
Big
require
hit to leave
40.
28. Will he get back?
Game
The
shot
answer
and the
is
second
no.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
11 dart, first leg for Pilgrim.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw
13 dart,
first.
second leg for Pilgrim.
I beg your pardon, it's John to throw first. Game on.
4 180s already for Pilgrim in 2 legs.
Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Are we in MODUS Super Series record territory?
Look at that. I mean, it's only been 2
100.
legs, but both players averaging over 100 with Pilgrim on the 125.25. Is he going to maintain it with this shot?
100.
Drop just slightly.
We know that Luke Littler's the holder, 117 average, but that only went over 4 legs a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday night.
100.
And in the final as well.
Oh.
Mighty, mighty impressive. I know Luke's out there watching. He tweeted me earlier, so hope you're enjoying, my friend.
57.
We would have had another big day at the development tour today, I'd imagine. Haven't seen the results, so I can't actually say for sure.
$100.
57 points from Darryl Pilgrim's last visit. Has dropped his average down to a all-time low of 115.
60.
Wow, just wow.
He is falling behind in this leg, though, with Worsley clearly out in front. And this turn here is definitely going to help him along the way.
86.
There's that little practice throw there in the background behind the back. I don't know what it is with these Croydon people. Cam Crabtree does the same, and he's from Croydon.
We were talking about that last night, actually. The ghost
47.
throw. Figured that he just loves throwing darts so much that he just wants to continue doing it all the time. Oh, 36 here for Worsley to get himself on the board.
$79.
He's another lover of the double 18, actually. Both these players like that segment of the board.
Leonard Gates is another one. He likes a bit of a ghost throw. Larry Butler likes a ghost throw.
115.
I feel
John,
like
you
I'm the only
require
one not doing
36.
Gonna have to cross to the double 9 there.
Game shot on the third leg. John Worsley. Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on. $140.
I think I'm right in saying that Worsley threw no matter.
Yes, we did establish that before it started, that he has secured his spot
100.
through to the semi-final, regardless of the outcome of this match.
So it just depends whether he goes through as number 1 or number 2 in the group.
Yeah, exactly.
60.
Darryl Pilgrim's whole outcome. He must win this match.
Yes, that is exactly right. He wins, he's through. He loses, he's out.
Oh, I'm so good at this. This is a fairly easy one to work out, though.
85. $132.
A lovely pickup from Pilgrim there. Leaves him on a bogey, but once again, he won't be too worried about that.
96.
It was all about scoring when the scoring needed to be done.
Yeah, he's looking for the 133 here to leave himself 36.
57.
Hasn't gone the way he wanted, but he will be back for the 112. Worsley having to move all the way out over to the right.
60.
Trying to squeeze his
Darryl,
way
you
into a
require
treble 20 there. Didn't work
112.
on this occasion. Two 16s.
80.
couldn't quite
John, you
find the
require
line there.
160.
Well, we've already seen Worsley have an attempt at 160 tonight. Not to be this time. Really annoying when that happens with your second dart, isn't it? When it was what you really needed the first time around.
77. Darryl, you require 32.
Yeah, it does great, like falling off your BMX in a gravel pit.
Game shot
There
and the
it
fourth
is.
leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Third leg on the board for Pilgrim.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
We know Darren Johnson will be watching from the back room, hoping for a Worsley win, which would then, of course, guarantee his spot through to the semi-finals. At this stage, it doesn't look to be.
60.
However, we can't say that until the last double's gone in, can we, Scotty?
No, not tonight. Not with the breaks of throws that we've been having and all that jargon.
And all the darts that have been had at doubles with the opponent
100.
miles behind, only to come down and snatch it right at the end.
$140.
Players getting some encouragement here from the crowd. They've got their supporters among them.
100.
Always very intimate here, and crowd are very close to you.
That they are.
100. $97.
So Worsley holds his throw and holds the throw here. Another one of those, he would be happy as Larry.
140.
All Pilgrim can do now is apply some pressure on the 61 shot that Worsley will be back for.
Should stay down on 17,
40.
and yes, he does.
John, you require 61.
Leaves 164, so Worsley.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Gets
John
himself
Worsley.
back into this match. Pilgrim with throw.
Sixth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Situation he wouldn't want to see himself in. He looks very positive.
99.
And that's a good start in this situation on your throw.
Well, even though I'm fairly confident that Worsley would know that he's already qualified through to the semi-finals,
100.
he's still thinking about winning this match so he can finish first in the group, because that does play a part in whether you get the throw or not in the semi-final, because the winner of groups 1 and 2
55.
will have the throw in their semi-final match. So there is that importance there with finishing top of the group.
Like you say, it's how those groups work and why they work. So there's
59.
always something to play for.
Mm-hmm. Because all the matches that happen through all the groups over all the days
134.
of the Super Series, the throw is already decided, except for the final of Saturday night. There is a bull throw up that happens in the back room before the final takes place.
140.
Worsley comes back at Pilgrim. This is a riveting match.
100.
A needed treble there for Pilgrim.
Worsley's coming back at him. He's
He
going to
gonna-
switch to the 54, surely.
No.
Oh, he went
145.
to leave himself.
Darryl, you require 113.
So the pressure's on this 113, but we've seen Pilgrim hit a number of ton-plus finishes. Oh, but he's missed the big number of all the times to miss the number. He was gone for the 17 to leave that favoured
81.
36.
John, you
And
require
it's just
57.
not gone to plan for him. So chance here for Worsley to level up the match at 3 apiece. His favoured tops.
47.
Oh, I couldn't find it either.
Daryl, you require 32.
Been let out of jail here. And
Game,
32 it is.
shot,
And
the
Pilgrim
match.
makes the
Daryl
semi-finals,
Pilgrim.
puts himself right through it, but gets himself out of it. So it will be Pilgrim, who actually goes through as top of the group. Wolseley there, 93.62. His comeback was on the way, but Pilgrim, a solid 96 for him. We will be back with you after a short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So Scott Mitchell has joined me up here on the balcony to look ahead at what we're going to see in the near future at the Live Lounge. Of course, the semi-final action is going to continue from 10 o'clock when we join our friends on Sporty Stuff TV. But Scott, we've got the opportunity now to look ahead at what we're going to see next week. And the cast list, as far as the players are concerned, really is up there with some of the best we've seen. John Henderson is always going to scream out when he's in action. Wesley Plaisir is the reigning World Masters champion. Jared Cole has won a development tour in recent times. And Robbie King's going to be our Oceanic qualifier.
Absolutely. I think you look at that and it's a group I wouldn't want to be in. As the weeks go on, it tends to happen with the Super Series. The groups get harder and harder and harder as we get to that finals week.
As for Group C, Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton, Alan Tatham. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some experience there in that Group C, and and Justin Hood has got a vast amount of experience, but he looks like the young pup in that lineup.
Well, it certainly does. And then with Group B, Gary Stone has hit the post so many times here at the Super Series. He's hoping to finally make it through the Champions Week.
Yeah, indeed. But again, he's got Rich North, who's no slouch, and Mike Gillett, who has been a winner here before.
So that is next week. And, well, we're only a couple of weeks away from Champions Week now. And these are the 10 players that are going to be in action. Well, 9. We're going to confirm a 10th player on the team. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, Scott. Well, as we can see there, the cast list of names, that looks like the best one we've had yet, really, here at the Super Series.
I have to agree. I mean, Barry Van Peer, arguably the best player at the moment without a tour card. Andy Bolton, he really bossed his week and be coming in with some confidence. And you just keep looking at Danny Lilby. He is just rapid and brilliant on the eye to watch. I can't wait for it.
Well, that is the action to come. The semi-final action is about to begin in around about 5 minutes' time when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the action. Myself and Scott are going to join Colin Hammond on stage for that. So do join us from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. And a very good evening, everybody. Welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. In the next hour and a half, we're going to put our 10th name into the Series 4 Champions Week Roll of Honour. And we're down to the final 4 here in Week 10. 2 players have already been eliminated from the process. Only 4 remain for that spot in a couple of weeks' time. It's been a night littered with drama, a night littered with tension. And this is the best of the group stage action, as described in the commentary box by Colin Hammond and Scott Mitchell.
Require 114. Game, shot, and the match. Renee Idams.
A very unconventional finish of 114 there.
Darryl, you require 107.
Tops for Pilgrim here to take out the
Game
first
shot
leg.
on the first leg. Darryl Pilgrim. Darren, you require 42. Game shot on the fourth leg. Darren Johnson.
There taking out the 32. I feel like he'd had a lot of practice darts around that side of the board, so was bound to hit one sooner or later.
Darren, you require 120. Game shot on the fifth leg.
From Johnson to be
Darren Johnson.
To pull off the Shanghai on the 20s for a 120 finish. That was definitely
Darren,
an
you require
adrenaline-fueled
60.
start there at the double 4 for Pilgrim.
This is for the match. A dart that he would not have been expecting to get. One at it.
Game.
And he hits
shot.
it.
And
You
the
could
match.
say it's daylight
Darren
robbery from
Johnson.
Darren Johnson. That did not look probable.
Steve, you require 68.
Brown will get one dart at something. It looks to be tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Hits it right in the corner.
Steve Brown. Rob, you require 20.
This is where you have to be mentally strong.
Game
and strong
shot.
He was.
And
Rob
the match.
Grundy
Rob
wins that
Grundy.
4-3.
And John, you require 134.
He's going to go tops. He is.
Game shot on the third leg.
Fantastic
John
1-3-4
Worsley.
checkout from John Worsley.
John, you
There's
require
been a lot
18.
of missed doubles from Johnson in this match so far.
Game shot and the match.
John Worsley's
John
match, though,
Worsley.
4-1.
Renee, you require 76.
Across the double 18.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
a tidy finish and
Renee
break a throw.
Idams.
You're going to go 3 ball or 13 tops? 13 tops it is.
Game
Tops he
shot
finds
on the fifth
for
leg.
a 110
Rennie
checkout for
Idams.
Rennie Idams, which means that he has qualified through to a semi-final position. 2 legs was all he needed. It's all about Brown now.
It's a little bit tense up there on the big stage tonight. Take stock. It's like throwing again now once you step back.
Game shot.
But he's hit it.
And the match.
He needed
Steve
50%
Brown.
and he hit it.
$180.
It's just throwing 180s for fun now.
180 number 16 for the evening. We are on game number 6.
55. Darryl, you require 41.
It's been a great start from Pilgrim. With the fact that he knows
Game shot and the first leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
And that is a polished.
On you require 61.
164. So Worsley.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Gets himself back into this match.
Darryl, you require 32.
Been let out of jail here.
Game shot.
And
the
makes
match.
the semi-finals. Puts himself right through it.
So that is what we have seen so far this evening. We were watching it in the company of the former World Championship finalist Corinne Hammond, the former World Champion Scott Mitchell. Let's have a look at the results so far this evening. And Corinne, first things first, Darryl Pilgrim was 3-0 up in that game against Darren Johnson. Lost that first one, and it led to a lot of tension at the end of that Group 2.
Yeah, I mean, he really showed what kind of player he was during that last match against Worsley there, because he knew what was needed from him. He knew what he needed to do. And he came out absolutely storming. So put on a brilliant display to be able to get that match. So, yeah, I think there's more to come from him tonight.
As for Steve Brown, Scott, that last game against Rene Idans, he had to win. Rene Idans had to get to 2 legs, and it's the bomber who went through. It was Will Grundy that departed in the end.
It was a bit jiggery-pokery, wasn't it? It was like they both knew what they needed to do, and they both were so desperate to go and get it. It affected the average, but eventually they both got what they needed.
So those are the results. This is how it marries up then in terms of the league tables. 2 from 3 players in each group going through. So just confirmation there that Will Grundy and Darren Johnson, they're the 2 players that depart the scene. But not very often we see this, Cohen. Every single player tonight had won a game.
I know, I was thinking the same thing when I saw the table. You're right, it's not very often that happens. And you have to feel for Grundy and Johnson as well, because, you know, they'd won the game, done whatever, and it just particularly Rob Grundy, because he'd had some opportunities there in his match where he let a couple of legs get away from him that he really should have been able to put away, and had he have done that, then that leg difference would have been favourable to him and he would have qualified through.
And how many other nights has one win been enough? You know, you do really feel for those 2 guys, because they also had chances to have other legs, and it all went to legs difference. They had other chances in games to have other legs, so they'll be beating themselves up tonight, but hopefully they don't do it for too long and they take the positives from it.
Just proof that every leg matters here at the MODUS Super Series. So it sets fair now, our semi-final lineup. Now we're going to kick off with the game between Steve Brown and John Woods. Now these 2, they met in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Even though that was a few days ago, Corinne, can head-to-head records in those particular matches count for something when it comes to these semi-finals?
I think there's probably been far too many darts thrown since then until now that they're probably not thinking about it, to be honest. And they played in separate groups like B and C, so it has been a while. They'll just be thinking about what they need to do when they get up here now. It is pretty much winner takes all.
As for Steve Scott, he had that almost knockout game against Rene Idans. Can that be a help or a hindrance for him?
I had a very similar situation a couple of weeks ago myself, and I felt I was relieved to get through, and I think that affected my next game, which I lost. So it depends how he's feeling. If he's feeling relieved that he's got through, then it could affect him. If he's feeling very positive that he overcame a mountain that he had to climb to get through, then that's a different story.
Well, now we're down to just 4 players. I'm going to put both of our pundits on the spot here. Who's going to be the victor come the end of the night, Cohen and Scott?
I think we're going to be looking at a Pilgrim-Worsley final, and I think Pilgrim's going to get over the line.
Look, Pilgrim's done nothing this week to say that he isn't going to be the one for me. It's still Darryl Pilgrim's to lose.
Well, the semi-finals are about to begin here at the MODUS Super Series. But before we get that underway, it's time to see some of the excellence in finishing this week with our latest checkout of the week competition. It wasn't quite champagne, but it was a supernova shot from Darren Johnson. This 1-3-2 against his good friend Martin Turner is your first checkout of the week vote. 1-5-7 was Tom Becker's biggest finish of the week. The Luxembourgian qualifier dazzled when it came to the finishing department. Chris Wigginton nailed this 1-2-1 against Adam Mould. He just failed to make it through to the finals night fold. Darryl Pilgrim pocketed the 1-4-7. He got all of the colours and then the double. He's made it to the one table setup tonight. As for John Worsley, well, his checkout was a 1-4-1. It was a 9-darter, but in practice. Look at the celebration. Head over to @MSS Darts on our social media channels to vote for your favourite. Right, it is semi-final time. The tension begins. John Worsley against Steve Brown gets our Final Four action underway.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah, welcome to all the viewers on Sporty Stuff TV.
3 more, lads.
We have a cracking semi-final for you here this evening. Semi-final number 1, boy from Bristol takes on the boy from Chepstow. They're not too far apart, these two, John Worsley and Steve Brown.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
The referee, some of you may recognise, Nick Rolls.
125.
A good start for Steve Brown there.
Yes, with Steve being the winner from Group 1, he has
94.
earned himself the right to throw first in this first semi-final, which, as we all know, can be a massive advantage in this short format of first to 4.
100.
The first time in the week that the players would have now gone to straight knockout stage. They've had chances, if you lose, to still be back in it through all the group stages from all the days this week during Series 9, Week 10.
125.
But now there is no going back. You lose, you go home.
That's pretty much how it works. Simple as that.
140. 55. Steve, you require
Steve
136.
Racing start here, leaving himself 136 after 9.
96.
A tidy 96 there is going to see him coming back for tops.
$60.
Feel
Steve,
like
you
Worsley
require
really
40.
need to hit at least one treble there to put some pressure on Brown. Over for
Game
210s,
shot
which he
and the
finds with his
first leg.
start.
Steve Brown.
First scalp to Steve Brown there.
Nice 14-dart leg to open.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
It's your
Game
throw
on.
first. 15 darts and under. And to hold a throw is pleasing for
It is.
yourself because it means your opponent has to do
132.
a 12
Or less.
or less. I always take it to the last up, but yes, it had to be a 12.
125.
Seen a different Steve Brown now that we've seen all night. All night he's been chasing, trying to hold a place in that group.
83.
Yeah, he only just got by through the skin of his teeth, you could say. In his last
140.
Group 1 against Rennie Idams.
He just
Idams?
Idams, not Edams, that's cheese.
Yeah.
You know, Steve's looking like a different
100.
player here. He's throwing with freedom now.
Maybe now that he's qualified through to the semi-finals, he feels like he can do that.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. Son John, who's been here a few times, he is here in the crowd. Amongst supporting his dad.
Dressed in camouflage so you can't see him?
60.
Dressed in camouflage so you can't see him. He's wearing black, actually, so it actually goes with the background. So he did have his camouflage hoodie on earlier.
Yeah, because Steve
60. John, you
tends to
require
wear a
126.
designed shirt most of the time as well. Treble 19 here to leave ball for Worsley to give him a shot. No, not to be.
41.
Brown
Steve, you
getting
require
first opportunity for a break if he
116.
can put away this 116. Oh, wayward first start there means that's not going to happen.
He went the 4 treble.
80.
419's route for double top.
John,
didn't
you
he?
require 85.
Come on, stuck on the first go, but he's left something handy. Feel that Worsley's 85 has to go. It's 20 for the ball.
60.
Oh, so close.
Steve, you require 36.
Actually, I don't think we've seen a bullseye finish so far this evening.
Game
18 for
shot
Steve
and the
Brown will
second
do,
leg.
though.
Steve
Doubling his
Brown.
lead at 2-0 in this semi-final. Important break of throw.
It's an important break
Third
of throw.
leg,
and
it's Steve to throw
you know,
first.
big advantage to be
Game
throwing
on.
first and holding throwing 14 like he did.
$125.
Yes, that second leg was 1 in 17 darts. And as you were saying, Worsley would have been okay if he'd been able to finish in 15.
100. $50.
Double treble visit there for Ryan, but unfortunately, the wrong 2 trebles.
140.
Those 2 trebles were the right ones for Worsley, though.
Puts him right back in this leg. Hasn't quite turned the throw, and he hasn't now because
180.
with our 20th 180 of the evening.
$97. Steve, you require 146.
tidy again from Brown.
John, you require 164.
Those are the sort of last darts that drop in when you're 2-0 up, don't they?
Absolutely, really putting the pressure on here for Worsley with the 164, which obviously is not able to finish.
59. Steve, you
Brown
require 36.
a comfortable shot at 36 here.
Game
Finds it again
shot
for
and the
second
third
time in
leg.
the
Steve
semi-final.
Brown.
And all of a sudden, we see Steve Brown having a 3-0 lead here over John Worsley. So it's a really
Fourth leg, it's John to throw
steep hill
first.
for Worsley to climb
Game
from
on.
here. Needs every leg from here on in, which will include breaking Brown twice.
Indeed, and it's an average here from Brown that we really haven't seen from him tonight. We've
140.
a smidgen shy of a 72 in one game and a smidgen over 75 in another, and he's upped his levels immensely
40.
here to 98.
Yeah, just shy of the ton. I mean, obviously that bounce out there's dropped his average by a few points, but still definitely showing some superior darts here.
41. $100.
And like I say, he just looks like he's throwing more relaxed. It's like the group stage is over. He now knows that he's got to win every game, and it's just a different type of throw than we've seen
100.
off him all night.
Yeah, it is. He must have heard me say that I thought it was going to be a Worsley Pilgrim final. So he said, I'm going to
81.
show you.
Possibly, but I mean, we can only give an
And, you
opinion
know,
off our stats, and the stats are
exactly.
not telling us that Steve was going to do this.
And if this is what it would need for him to have this kind of performance, then, you know, I'm all for it.
100.
Because this is great. This is great to see. I mean, on the other hand, Worsley's not throwing like we have seen him throw or how we've, you know, come to know him to be able to throw.
135.
But
John, you
he
require
is up all against it
120.
at the moment. So he'd have to be feeling some tension. Needs the treble here to leave tops. Not able to find it. So Brown's going to get a poke at the 145.
He really needs to stay there and try and get that treble 20, because he comes out to the 16s and misses. He will probably need another treble to get himself 2 darts at a double.
60. Steve, you
Whereas
require
this is the other way round. It's one
145.
single 20 and he gets a go. Steve Brown going the Alan Norris way, which is the 45
55.
first.
Get it out
John,
of the
you
way, I
require
suppose.
60.
First dart looked perfect.
20.
I know
Steve, you
Worsley does
require
love tops
90.
too. I feel that there might have been a bit of tension. He's going to go 15. Oh, double 10 for the match.
70.
Oh, just out the
John, you
wrong side
require
of the wire there.
40. Game
Worsley's down for
shot
tens
on the
and he
fourth
didn't
leg.
miss.
John Worsley.
Well, he survived a match start there. Got himself his first leg on the board.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
It was a hold or
Game
throw,
on.
though, so he's still going to have to find a break here to keep himself in the match.
41.
Get pegged back a leg and all of a sudden the trebles once again disappear.
Well, and particularly given that Steve Brown did have a match start.
85.
So is he thinking about that now? Thinking all I had to do was hit that double and I'd be off this stage and into the final.
I don't think he would. I've known him a long time. I don't
121.
think he would. I think that he's a bit more experienced than that.
Yeah, because a lot of players do get caught up in that.
$78. $58.
Chances for Worsley here. And those lower scores.
100.
He would.
60.
He's effectively turned the throw round now, Worsley. That's the first part of trying to break your opponent. The second part is staying in front.
100.
To get yourself a double first.
Exactly. And then being able to hit the double. Because we have seen it all turn around when it's come to that part of the game this evening, haven't we?
60. John, you require
Tension, there's everything on it.
138.
There's prize money on it. There's reputation on it.
Oh, we're not going to be seeing a 138 checkout with that first start there.
He almost had one earlier,
40.
didn't he? Where he
Yeah.
went treble 20, treble 20.
Steve, you require
double nine and wide for double
161.
nine.
What can Brown do here off 161?
This would be a monumental effort to take this from here.
Well, that's not going to happen either. He
really
needs a treble.
He needs to stay up, though. He needs to stay up.
Okay, take the double then.
John, you require 98.
I think he went for that double as well. I don't think he threw high. I think he went for that double.
Could be right. And he's going to come back for
38.
the 100 checkout
Steve,
and
you
the
require
match.
100.
After Worsley making a bit of a mess with the 98. Going tops.
60.
Grapevine thing.
John, you
right there,
require
Corin.
60.
He got one, but not the other.
$50.
Oh,
Steve, you require 40.
were those the last starts for Worsley to play in this week of the Super Series?
Game,
Yes, they
shot,
were. That's
and the
game,
match.
shot, and match
Steve
for
Brown.
Steve Brown, taking that first semi-final 4-1 over John Worsley. And some great darts there from Brown, better than we've seen earlier this evening. Average of 85, 4 off and 10 on the doubles. High check out of 40. I mean, Worsley there didn't play to the standard that we have seen him play 79 average and 1 from 7. But it is Steve Brown who is the first confirmed player through to the final of week 10 of the Super Series. Up next, we will have our second semi-finals, which will see Daryl Pilgrim take on Rennie Idams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Brown is our first confirmed finalist here at the live lounge in Porto. Corinne Hammond has been watching all the action in the commentary box. She joins me up here now on the balcony. An impressive performance. A 4-1 victory was an 85 average in the end for Steve, but over the first couple of legs or so, he was opening around that 95 region.
Yeah, he was, and there was a couple of missed doubles in there, but he was scoring really well, and it was a Steve Brown that we haven't really seen the likes of that throughout this week. So it just goes to show what he's got left in the tank, and he might have just had that goal of getting through to the semi-finals, started to play a bit better, so who knows what will happen in the final.
Can it sometimes be that fight or flight thing when it gets to a semi-final, where sometimes you can just find something in the back of the mind where you just play somewhere in a zone?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get in a zone and you can find that sweet spot, it's like you can just continue to play good. And sometimes it's like you can't miss anything. You can't miss trebles, you can't miss doubles, everything falls into place, and it's magic when that happens. So maybe he might have had that for a little bit there, and now that he's gotten himself to the final, he might still have a little bit more.
He may well do. We're going to see Steve Brown in the final around about half an hour's time, but we've still got one more semi-final to go here at the Super Series. It sees Daryl Pilgrim in action against Rene Idams. And how do you see this one going? Because Daryl's had his trials and tribulations tonight, and Rene, again, he had to get a couple of legs against Steve Brown to get through. So both players have not had it their own way tonight.
No, they haven't. But I do think Pilgrim will be the one who gets across the line, because he put himself in a position where he knew he had to win, otherwise he was going to be out. And not only did he win, he did it in some style as well, just really dug in deep. So I feel that he's going to be taking this same attitude, knows that he's got to win to make it to the final. So I do feel that he's going to be our second finalist of the evening.
So that is the prediction of Corinne Hammond. She's going to make her way down to the commentary box to describe all the action alongside Scott Mitchell. Steve Brown is our first confirmed finalist here at the Super Series. It is down to either Pilgrim or Idams to see who is going to join him in the trophy match.
Guys.
Game on indeed for these two. Rene Idams, like on Monday morning, if you'd have told him he'd have been here in the semi-final, he'd have been more than happy with that. And Daryl Pilgrim, man from South Croydon, known as Mr. P, he would have been saying to himself, I'm making the semi-finals without doubt. But it was
first leg. It's Daryl to throw first.
Route for him.
Game on.
But he's here. You draw a line on everything you've done this week, because from now on it's knockout.
125.
That does change everything. A good opening start from Pilgrim.
96.
Top in the group. He gave himself the advantage of the darts.
40.
From looking like being a chance of being knocked out to winning the group. Such was the manner of the groups tonight. All of our 6 players won games tonight. That's quite unusual. Usually one game is enough to get you through. And some lads have got the bus fare home from winning a game.
Yes, very unusual that we had all 6 players
36
from both groups winning one match this evening. Unfortunately for Rob Grundy and Darren Johnson, the legs difference wasn't enough for them to be able to qualify through. Hence, they are not in the semi-finals.
No, and as we said at the top of the show, it's unfortunate. They had chances and legs did get away from them. And
42.
And when it goes back to legs difference, you do look back and go, oh, if I'd have hit that one, if I'd have done that one. You can't change it now, lads. You've got to look on a positive week, making Saturday night finals night.
100.
Lots come through the doors here at the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth, trying to achieve that. And lots don't make
90.
it.
That is true. Not everyone can qualify through to finals night. But Daryl Pilgrim and Rene Idams are here tonight in the second semi-final of the evening, battling it out to join Steve Brown
85.
in the final of
Rene,
week
you
10.
require 133. 93. Darryl, you require 115.
Tidy setup there from Idams, but his opportunity, and his opportunity going to knock for Pilgrim. Not this time. He says wow to himself
34.
as he misses treble 19
Renee, you
into
require
the sevens.
40. Game
2
shot
tens
on the
for
first
Idams and an
leg.
early break
Rennie
of throw.
Idams.
Taking a 1-0 lead in this race to 4.
Second leg, it's Renee to throw
Quite a
first.
positive
Game
sort,
on.
isn't he? And that was last start as well. There's nothing better for your confidence than to hit that last start, and nothing worse for an opponent to be sat there and have it like a dagger to the heart.
140.
That's the thing, though. When you've got 3 darts in your hand, you don't really care whether you hit it first, second, or third dart, as long as one of them goes in. First or third, it makes no difference. You've still won the leg.
Yeah, but you can
59.
sometimes be wanting on that last start, can't you? And overthinking it and over pushing it.
Yeah, because it is the last.
$39.
I really expected Pilgrim to come out here the same way that he did in his second group match against John Worsley.
41.
Where he came out all guns blazing, was on a 9 darter within the first or second leg, averaging about 127. Maybe the tension is getting to him. And now, having lost his first leg,
60.
he needs to find a break.
Yeah, find a bit of belief here somewhere and see a bit of rationality in what's going on, because these short legs,
85.
and these short games can absolutely pass you by if you're not careful.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error on a race of first to 4.
134.
Nice 1-3-4 there from Idams, has left himself 1-2-8. Only a 180 here from Pilgrim would have
99.
caught him up there in
Renee, you
scoring.
require 128.
So he's got at least 6 from here. No need to go any bull route.
76.
So you say Pilgrim here and all sorts of bother.
$77.
Finds a trouble
Renee,
to
you
leave
require
himself
52.
something, but Rennie Idams is on something a lot handier than the 140 of Pilgrim.
Game shot and the second leg. Rennie
52
Idams.
check out there for Idams, has doubled his lead at 2-0.
Third leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
So Pilgrim
Game on.
finds himself on the back foot here.
He shouldn't panic too much here. He's got the throw.
100.
So concentration now is to hold your own throw. And back to basics. Think of those first 9 darts and then think of where you go from there. Problem is, once you give your opponent a
140.
2-0 lead, he is very confident then.
Well, and also if they smell fear, they're going to get straight on top of that as well.
134.
Yeah, that was a good switch down to the 19s there for Pilgrim.
Pilgrim has to back himself to get out of a corner here. What you have to do as a player.
Yeah, and as we're saying, is what he showed in his second match of the groups
58.
this evening.
This is better from Pilgrim.
140.
His first 140 of the match, surprisingly. At this stage of his last match, he'd probably thrown about 5 180s by this point.
Yeah, he had. It was a bit of a
31. Darryl, you require 127.
first.
Yeah,
99.
good last there, leaves himself 28.
Items back on 272.
Not able to find a big enough
52.
treble, and well,
Darryl,
he
you
would have
require
needed two there to
28.
leave himself a finish. So a bit of time here on Pilgrim's side.
That's
Game
exactly what you want
shot
to
and
do.
the
You want to
third
hit it
leg.
first dart.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Show your opponent. If I get there again, that's exactly what I'm going to do again.
Fourth leg, it's Rene to throw first.
That should
Game
settle
on.
him down a bit. There he goes with his ghost throw. Practicing again.
Rene will be thinking, well, I've been fairly comfortable in those first two.
100.
That was against the throw. And he'll be thinking the same thing. There's nothing yet to panic about.
Nothing to panic about.
Said earlier,
60.
He may be a new face to some of the viewers on Sporty Stuff TV, but he has pedigree and he has been at Euro Tours with the PDC.
Yes, I think he's
77.
been a Home Nation qualifier and qualified through to some Euro Tours in the past.
He's not as green as one would
97.
first think he was.
Exactly. Very involved in the German Super League. The Super League, Darts League, whatever they do call it over there. So does play quite a bit.
59.
Not a newcomer. Troublous
44.
visit there from Pilgrim. Puts him behind in this leg where he still needs to find a break somewhere along the way. And he certainly doesn't want to let Items take a 3-1 lead in this
60.
match.
And this is the joy of the Super Series. It gives you stage time. It gives you big match time. It gives you time in front of the cameras. Chris Mason and I were saying a couple of weeks ago that
83.
some of the guys here that had a week here, it probably took us 6-7 years to get that experience of that many games on TV.
Yeah, because it is different. It's very different.
96.
When you've got all the cameras around, the lights around, something, it's set up to be televised or streamed or however it's going to be done. But it's definitely different from playing in a floor event, that's for
134.
Yeah, nice switch
Rene, you
there.
require
The Pilgrim onto
109.
those 57s, putting a little bit of pressure on Items here to finish off this 109. Gets a dart at 32.
93.
Falls
Darryl,
short.
you require 83.
Feel like this 83 needs to go for Pilgrim. Oh, you're going to go tops. He is. Oh,
43.
and just the wrong side of the wire there for him.
Rene, you require 16.
There wasn't a hesitation, was there? There wasn't any disappointment at hitting the 3. It was like, I'm okay. I can go tops. I do it all the time.
Is that a good marker there? Good line? Yes.
Game
It
shot on the
is.
fourth leg.
That's double eight
Rennie
for Items,
Idams.
giving him a 3-1 lead here in this second semi-final.
Fifth
All the
leg,
work
it's Darryl
do
to
from
throw
here for
first.
Pilgrim.
Game on. $67.
His first two darts going to the right of his intended target there, but able to save it in the end with a 57.
Items showing he's up to the
41.
job there, but that big cheer of when he hit the last double, I would have left that to the last double of the match.
57.
Use a lot of energy when celebrating like he did.
Can also interrupt your concentration though as well.
100.
It definitely did the first throw of this leg, without doubt. Sometimes doing that celebration can also G your opponent up.
Oh, yeah.
Something
134.
that he really wasn't going to be if you'd have not done it.
Yes, you are 100% correct there.
$59.
And I did say at the top of the semi-finals here that I expected it to be a John Worsley, Daryl Pilgrim final. I'm already
140.
0 for 1 here, with Worsley losing out to Steve Brown. Could it be that Rennie Items
60.
is going to be the second
Daryl, you
finalist
require 103.
tonight?
I don't think we're a way away from that yet. I think if Pilgrim holds this,
Yes, going the 48
47.
84 to leave himself the favoured 36. Wasn't able to execute it, but we'll be back for the 56, where pretty sure he's going to go 20-18.
41. Daryl, you require
throwing
56.
Totally different there. Just really getting rid of them as if they were a hot spud in his hand.
Good marker. And it was
Game
good enough.
shot on the 5th leg.
There
Daryl
it
Pilgrim.
is. Pilgrim's able to hold throw, get it back to 3-2. This is the leg. This is the one.
6th leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
This is when you feel he has to hold. Like I said, he's now throwing totally a lot slower.
180.
Accuracy as well with that.
What a way to start the leg, though, with the 180.
140.
Almost followed up there by Pilgrim, but just dropped that last start into the 20. Still applies enough pressure, though, on the 180.
$100.
A bit throw and hope that last start, I felt. Not thrown with the conviction of the first two. Pilgrim, you have to say,
100.
whereas every dart likes he means it.
Mm-hmm.
$60.
Oh, here's the chance for Pilgrim now. 2 trebles.
Even the one treble would put him just on level terms.
Can't find one, though.
40.
Well, he could find one, but it was a treble
Rene,
one.
you require
Now it's
161.
advantage. Idams, he has 6 from here. Another treble 20 would be a superb
137.
visit, and that's exactly what he's done. He's left 24 after 12 and a leg to hold his throw. Pilgrim's only going to be able to stand and watch.
Rene, you require
As
24.
Idams goes for 24 to take the match.
Game.
And he wins
shot.
it with
And
a
the match.
13-dart leg.
Rene Idams.
It's 4-2. The bookie's favourite, Daryl Pilgrim, is gone. We have ourselves a final we weren't expecting. Rennie Idams showed some grit there and determination. He wins that semi-final number 2, 4-2. He was slightly lower on the averages, but he won't be worried about that. He's made the final here on Saturday evening at the MODUS Super Series. And we'll be back with that after a break.
A very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've reached our finale point now at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Steve Brown is going to take on Rene Idams for the right to call themselves the Week 10 winner. Scott Mitchell has been watching all the action down in the commentary box. He joins us now up on the back. And let's begin by discussing that second semi-final between Rene Idams and Daryl Pilgrim. That semi-final really centred upon that fourth leg. Daryl Pilgrim missing the second tops on the back of a tops-tops combination, and then Rene Idams going 3-1 up with a clutch last dart at double eight.
Absolutely, and Rennie hadn't been good on double eight all evening on that side of the board, so the reason to leave it was maybe telling himself that I can hit this. If I have enough goes at it, I can hit this. But what I think for me was the fact that he took a 2-0 lead so quickly and so easily and so calmly, put Pilgrim on the back foot, and he was chasing and chasing and chasing from there on, and that affected his game massively, and he just kind of wasn't ready for it. But he's been kind of like that all night, Daryl. Although we tipped him, and we tip him on what we see. We've got to give an opinion on the stats that we see, and the stats that we see from the week and the stats that we've seen from him here before, we couldn't see him not being in the final.
As far as Rene Idams is concerned, has he gone under the radar all week long?
I think he probably has, because I think we all feel that he stumbled over the line really in Group A when Worsley and Steve Brown didn't quite do what we were expecting them to come in here and do on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Idams just kind of got there, but he won't have been worried about that. His job was to come and win the group, and he came and won the group. And it looks like he's got no battle scars from the last 2 days, has he? And he looked really confident and really good there against a good Daryl Pilgrim.
Well, we're going to see him against Steve Brown in the final in around about 5 minutes' time. We'll preview that in a bit more detail in just a second. But before we do that, it's that time of the week where you find out which checkout was the best of the lot.
Signed, sealed and delivered, apart from the position in which the top three finished. Great finish this could be.
Game shot on the second leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
147 last night.
Sort of finish Ronnie O'Sullivan would be proud of, the 147 and frame for Daryl Pilgrim. So he doesn't win the week, he gets the checkout of the week nonetheless. And to be honest, I was surprised that John Worsley 9 dart in practice didn't win it, to be perfectly honest.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. It was in practice, so yeah, it's one of those. Did he hit 2 180s and then go for the 141, or was he actually going for a quick 501 while he was doing it? That's what people say at home. That's what I'm saying now.
Controversy from the 2015 world champion. Well, we're going to learn a little bit more about our two finalists now, because we sat down with them a little bit earlier on this week to get to know them a little bit better. Here's our 6 of the best with our finalists.
Steve Brown, plasterer. I started playing darts when I was 14. I was quite a promising footballer at the time. Kind of realised I wasn't going to make it. It was a bit too slow. And then my dad was always a real keen darter, played for the county and stuff for years. So, and he didn't really come to watch me play football very much. So if I start playing darts, he might come to watch. So yeah, 14. Probably winning the Pro Tour. I'd have to say my dad. My nickname's the Bomber, and that comes from my granddad, who was an unbeaten amateur boxer back in the day, and he went under the name the Bomber Brown, so that was it. I love playing darts because it's given me so many opportunities, and I've managed to travel the world. And I love playing darts down at the MODUS just because it's a really cracking field. It's the best thing outside of the professional darts.
My name is Rene Idams, the Cube, and I play darts, I sell darts, and I commentating for the Zone. I did start to play darts I think, since 2005.
And how did you start playing?
I started playing darts while my parents has a pub. My best moment in darts so far is Worlds 2016 against Michael van Gerwen. My darting hero is Adrian Lewis.
Any reason why?
No. My nickname is The Cube, and the name comes from my body shape in this time.
Are you going to change it to reflect your body shape now?
I don't know. I like to competition by darts. That's very nice.
So we've got to know the players a little bit better. The players have made their way out onto the stage. The Steve Brown fan club are here in full force tonight because there was a big war once he made his way up to the hockey.
Yeah, there was, and it's not like he's like overly local. So yeah, he's brought a little posse down with him, and I'm sure they're looking for him to win this final.
Is this a final where it's kind of similar styles going toe-to-toe? Because they're both very consistent players, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Steve's pace is a little bit faster than René's. So, you know, if René's pace could affect Steve, but he's been around a long time, and, you know, he knows how to deal with that. He knows to let the man clear the hockey and do your own thing.
As far as Steve Brown is concerned, he's been saying in interviews all week long that he's here to enjoy himself this week, away from the pressures, obviously, that he does outside of the darting world in terms of the ADC and the JDC. And the fact that he's just here, obviously, he wants to win, but he can have that enjoyment factor. Can that almost relaxation element help him in this final?
Look, that's how it works for me. It's not always, you know, my priority is the game. Sometimes, you know, it's lovely to have other things to take your mind off it, and to come in here and just leave the world behind for a week like he has, and to make the final, you got to say he's probably got it right.
As far as René Idams is concerned, when you look at his temperament, he hasn't blinkered, he hasn't wavered. He may have shown a little bit of sign of aggression in that semi-final, but when things do go against him, he doesn't show. He's got a bit of a poker face like that.
Yeah, very much so, and that's the impressive thing about him this week. You know, because he's new face to lots of people that are watching, he's kind of not a new face to us. We know that he's got the pedigree because he's been in PDC Euro Tours in March, as close as March. So, you know, he knows that you go forward slowly but surely, and this making the final tonight is a massive forward step for him too.
And very quickly, what gives?
I've got to go with the English, haven't I? I've got to go with Steve Brown.
It is England against Germany in the final. Where have we heard that story before? Will it be 3 lines on the shirt, or will the German efficiency make their way through? It is final time here at the MODUS Super Series as Steve Brown takes on René Idams, but for only one can they pick up the cup.
Well, here we are, the final. Steve Brown versus René Idams. The culmination of all the games that have been played over all the days, all the sessions this week, comes down to this final match. One of these two players will be crowned the Week 10 champion, and then will find themselves coming back for Champions Week in just a few short weeks' time.
First leg, it's René to throw first. Game on.
So René Idams has won the ball, so we'll be throwing first in this match. And as we've seen through a lot of matches during the week, having that first throw can make
41.
all the difference.
$45.
Well, an exchange of 40s scores by both the players, not what we've been accustomed to, but there's bound to be a few maybe nerves or tension going on there, because after all, this is the final.
39.
Yeah, absolutely, and we didn't tip either of them. Let's not forget that
I
either.
know.
So you know,
And
it's a big
95.
difference between first and second prize money as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and the all-important invitation to Champions Week, where there's even more pounds on the line.
Yeah,
94.
absolutely, and it's another trip back here that the way that Champions Week works is, I think the way that it's decided of which group you go in is on your averages from the week that you play.
45.
I think you go in on averages. The top averages go in Group A and so on and so forth. It's very clever how it's worked out.
It is.
But those guys won't be thinking of that now. They'll just be thinking about wanting to be in the show.
100.
Absolutely.
It's only a natural that the early...
100.
encounters will be a little nervy.
As I think we'll see them settle down after this first leg has been finished, but by which one of them?
100.
Well, Items will be the first one to have a look at a finish here with 127.
85. Rene, you require
I'm wondering if having
127.
Sort of no real support here for Items is going to work in his favour. You know, he's not trying to impress anybody. He's not trying to. He's not got too many here that he would be disappointed
59.
no matter what happens.
Steve, you require 131.
Yeah, because you're right. There's no expectation. Oh, just short of that. Treble
91.
19 there. Sorry, treble 13.
Rene,
there,
you require 68.
which of course would have left him double 16. So Items is back for the 68. Gonna have to go 13 bull, and again we see him miss that big number.
28.
We've seen him do that
Steve,
several
you require
times.
40. Game shot in the first
Brown
leg.
makes no mistake
Steve
about
Brown.
those two tens there. Getting that at the first time of asking. Early break and an early lead for Brown.
Second
here
leg,
in
it's
this
Steve
final.
to throw
1-0.
first. Game on.
Now, for me, we're going to see how much that is going to affect Items because
85.
he knows he should have been getting a dart there.
That's right. He didn't even give himself the opportunity with even one dart at a double, even though it would have been the bull had he have been able to find that single 13, but
96.
wasn't able to do that. And as I said, we have seen him do that quite a number of times in this evening's session.
100.
We have, and now we see Steve Brown with breaker throw on the first leg, and he really got his tail up here.
81.
Definitely has boosted his confidence. Settled the nerves. Got the first leg underway. Knows here if he can hold his
60.
own darts in this leg, then he will have doubled his lead.
$140.
That's a good solid 140.
$24.
That 24 there leaves Items in the driving seat for this second leg. Opportunity to be able to break back straight away.
100.
Given that Brown won't be able to finish off 2-3-2, so Items will be back for the 84.
Yeah, he was 48 in front plus those.
$130. Rene, you require 84.
Steve Brown doing enough there to keep Items honest. Where does he go now? You know where you have to go, young man. But you have to hit the big number. It's 22.
$73.
Always a tricky one, double 11.
Steve, you require 102.
I quite like it, to be honest, because I like the middle of the boards there.
Here comes Steve Brown again. In his Dick Turpin
70.
mode. Not to be this time.
Rene, you require
Item
11.
is coming back from a tricky 11 here.
$7.
Not able to find it with those two darts there.
Steve, you require 32.
Bit of emotion there from Items as he missed.
Oh, I think those two darts are going to make it tricky for Brown to get it in that double 8 there.
Moved across.
Game shot in the
That's a
second
great
leg.
dart from Steve Brown. And you can see the emotion there from him. Taking a 2-0 lead very early on in this match.
Third leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
Once again, we've not got a big averaging game, but it's a battle all the same. And I'm a firm believer in averages don't have to
60.
be over 100 to make a good game. Just a game where two are evenly matched.
Yeah, sometimes a good scrap makes for an excellent game, doesn't it?
That's exactly what this one is.
85.
Unless, of course, you get to those ones where, you know, you're both stuck on double one and you're having multiple darts at it and no one's going to hit it. And
60.
Then that's not cool at all.
But now with items 2-0 down, he's changed the pace of his throw. He's throwing slightly
60.
quicker here now.
Steve Brown's picked up a habit of wiping his brow with his forearm as he goes to collect his darts from the board.
59.
There's been a little dip in items' throw to stop him and preventing him throwing too quickly. And that has now disappeared. He is trying something different because he feels he's having no success with the slow,
140.
methodic throw that he had.
$140.
On this occasion, it works for him.
123.
Great correction there after that first start landing in the treble one. And it'll be Brown again having first look at a finish here.
106. Steve, you require 93.
Surprised he didn't go the bull route there, to be honest. Does now.
73.
Just fell short of the tops, though.
Renee, you require
There's that wipe of the
76.
brow again. Feel that this 76 needs to go for items. 24.
52.
Oh, a bit too high. Bit too much adrenaline
Steve,
in that
you
second
require
dart, I think, 'cause
20.
I don't imagine he was gone for 32. Oh, and a miss on the fives there. Yeah, might as well bust it.
No
Steve.
score.
Good thinking.
Renee, you require 24.
So a chance now for items to get himself on the board and back into this game.
And that is exactly what it will do.
Oh,
18.
back to that double three. We saw him miss darts
Steve, you
in-
require 20.
on those three earlier this evening.
I don't think Steve will
Game
make a
shot
mistake
on the
here.
third
Quite
leg.
rightly, he
Steve
didn't.
Brown.
No, there was a game earlier this evening where Brown was 100%
Fourth
on
leg,
his
it's Steve
checkouts,
to
and there
throw
were
first.
opportunities that he was
Game
given that
on.
maybe he might not have gotten had his opponent been able to finish, but once he was given that chance, he just swept it right up.
And now look at the freedom he's throwing with.
180.
A 180 to start when you're 3-0 up, throw 'em for the match.
100. $57.
Is this going to be a whitewash of a final? Well, not if Rennie Adams has got anything to do with it. With a brilliant 180 there for him. The first of this match for him.
41.
Put Brown a little bit on the back foot there with that, because now Items takes control of this leg and has the advantage.
139.
139 there is going to see him coming back for 82. All Brown can do here is put a bit of pressure on that.
49. Renee, you require
Unfortunately,
82.
49 is not going to be enough. Tops he wants. and
Game
tops he
shot
gets
and the fourth
for Renee
leg.
Adams for the fourth
Renee
leg to get him on the
Adams.
scoreboard for 3-1.
Fifth leg,
And
it's
that
Renee
was
to
a
throw
break of throw
first.
there.
Game on. 140. $100. $60. $91.
A good switch there from Brown, leaving himself 310, which means needs a 140 to leave himself a checkout.
100.
A 140 there from Items would have also left himself a checkout, but instead he's on 201.
45. 59. 46.
That's not
Renee,
gonna
you
help
require
Brown all there,
142.
which means that no pressure on Items for this 142. Because he's got at least
41.
another 3, which he will need. Now he's left himself 101.
$59. Renee, you require 101.
Frustration seems to be coming here from Brown at the minute. Not finding the markers that he wants.
61. Steve, you require 160.
What a way this would be to finish this match. The 160 checkout.
60. Renee, you require 40. Game short
Yes,
on the
nice
fifth
tidy
leg.
tops there from
Rennie
Items.
Idams.
To get himself another leg on the board and bring this match a lot closer now, 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Brown with another chance here to throw for the match.
$85. 95. 36.
'Brown's definitely not thrown with the freedom that he seemed to before when he had a nice cushy 3-0 lead.
45.
Bit of tension coming into his throw, a few more wayward darts. But Items needs to pounce on that and really take advantage of those wayward darts that Brown has been throwing.
80.
Oh, a bit of an unlucky bounce out there for Brown. Might have been better looking to switch down the bottom of the board.
$140. 81. 60.
It was only 60, but it does get him down to a finish of the 161. And what a finish that would be. Another one of those from Brown.
99.
Have him sitting
Renee, you
pretty.
require 161. $137. Steve, you require
That's some fantastic
120.
darts there from Items, leaving himself on the 24. And Brown's first start of the 1, which means he can't finish
40.
that 120.
Renee, you require
Made
24.
a right mess of that. Items now got 3 darts to even this match up. Double 6.
Game
and he
shot
nails
on the
it.
sixth
Double
leg.
6.
Rennie Idams.
So now we have a real match on our hands. It's 3 legs apiece. Steve Brown was nursing a 3-0 lead in this
Seventh and
final.
final leg. It's Renee to throw first.
And then Items has
Game
won
on.
3 legs on the spin and now has the throw in the 7th and final leg.
$100.
Well, this has been an up and down match in terms of who's been the favoured player with
60.
Brown having a 3-0 lead. You would have thought he would have been able to close it out by now, but Items has fought back to bring it back to 3-all. So the only thing we can guarantee is that there will be a winner of this match at the end of this leg?
60. 45. 100.
Oh, that was a great dart there from Items to slip it into that treble 20. Right above those other two we had sitting below the wire. Brown needs a treble. A big treble.
59. 140.
With a 140 there, leaving 101, all Items needs to do
83.
now is just
Renee, you require
maintain his
101.
and he will be the Week 10 champion. Tops he wants.
61.
Oh, just a bit high there, but he will be back.
$82. Renee, you require 40. Game,
there it is.
shot,
One dart at tops
and the
is all he
Super Series
needed.
Week
Rennie
10
Items
champion
is our
Rennie
Week 10 champion.
Items.
Coming from 3-0 down to roll off 4 legs on the spin. What an amazing effort from him there. The stats don't show that it was the greatest match of all times, but as we've talked about many a times before, averages don't always make the match. They certainly don't mean that you win the games, but that was a match that contained just about everything that you need. Rennie Items, 83.64 average, only the 180, 4 from 13 on the checkouts, but importantly, he hit those doubles when he needed to, particularly coming from 3-0 down. Steve Brown, on the other hand, started off, like a bull at a gate, 3-0 up. I mean, he'll probably be thinking about some of those darts he's thrown there for a good few minutes after that to be able to have dwindled away that 3-0 lead to come off with a 4-3 loss. But there you have it. That's it. That is Week 10, all sealed. So Rennie Items will be the one joining us as the Week 10 champion to come back to Champions Week in just a few short weeks' time. So, I will hand over to Henry and to be able to make the presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make the presentations, the 2015 Lakeside World Champion, Scotty Dog, Scott Mitchell.
Idams, many congratulations. If I just bring you just in here for a very quick word, if that's okay. Well done, many congratulations. You are into Champions Week. Just sum up exactly how you're feeling right now.
I can one sentence say, I'm over the moon. For me, it's really great experience here, and wow, I feel very good.
Is this one of your best feelings in darts right now?
Yeah, sure. I have not played my best darts on this week, but it is enough for the final wins, and I'm so happy. The other players are so good, and the table was so close every time, and I feel really happy.
You seem to do enough just to get over the line each game that you asked yourself, and that final from 3-0 down, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I'm 3-0 down, and I think, Rennie, come on, please. Play a little bit darts for the crowd and for my friends and for my family. I don't know, I want to go 4-0. No whitewash. I think, come on, one leg and one leg more and one leg more, and then, yeah.
You found yourself at 3-3 and it was your darts.
Yeah, then after 3-3 I feel good and confident, and it's happened. Yeah.
And now, Rene, you're into Champions Week. You're joining a very exclusive list of players. Not many get the opportunity to play at Champions Week. I can see the smile on your face. How much are you looking forward now to playing in that?
Yeah, I'm looking really forward. I'm so happy to come back here and play the final week. I'm so happy.
Well, we'll let you go and celebrate with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our winner in Week 10, Rene Idams. Many congratulations goes to him. There he is with his trophy in hand. Special moments, and they are special moments, Scott. You know what it's like to win one of those trophies, one of those titles on a TV stage. They're big moments, aren't they?
They're life-changing in a dart player's career. They change your career and your outlook on everything. You've started to get over hurdles that you didn't think you could get over. He'll go away from here this week a totally different player.
And of course, as I say, he was kind of the most consistent player over the week. When you look at Group A, those first couple of days, he was the one that was able to find something. He qualified through, and also what he has done. Not many players in Group A go and qualify through to the finals, the Champions Week, and he's done exactly that.
No, exactly. It's a rare thing. And you know, he didn't even dominate Group A. He just did enough to get over the line. And I'm sure that winning Group A was a surprise to him come Wednesday evening. So he's probably sat there with his hotel room for a couple of days going, wow, how was this me and the group of names that I was with? But he's taken that confidence on. You know, he's been stellar, he's performed well, and he's performed when he needed to perform. And that's a secret about this game. It doesn't matter about averages, it's about winning games, and he did all he needed to do to win those games.
Just a word about Steve Brown. Of course, 3-0 up in that final. That's going to feel very, very sore at the minute.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no sort of way that when you're that 3-0 up and you can start thinking of the finish line. And he had a dart. He had a dart at double 10, didn't he? So, look, that may be playing on his mind. I'm sure that it will play on his mind tonight and maybe for a couple of days, but I'm sure that he'll be headstrong back into the work that he does elsewhere, and he'll soon forget it, hopefully.
As far as Rene Idams is concerned, and as far as Champions Week is concerned, it means another nationality that's going to be in the mix. We're going to have German representation here in a couple of weeks' time. And when you have a look at some of the nationalities and some of the different types of players that are into that Champions Week, we've got a number of different nations, a number of different types of players. We're 10 weeks into the process now, and that Champions Week field, well, I think it's going to be the best one yet, possibly. How do you see it?
Well, I think they're all fancying it, because once you've come here and you've won that trophy and you've won a Saturday night, you can't wait to get back here with the confidence that you won with on that night. So there are going to be 12 guys by the end of this series that really feel that they can go there and take the big money.
Been a good night all round, Scott, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has for me. I've really enjoyed tonight.
Well, it's been a pleasure to be in your company, a pleasure to be in the company of Corinne Hammond as well. Well, Week 11 gets underway Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. And boy, do we have quite the cast list for you. John Henderson's going to be in action. The reigning world master, Wesley Plazier, is going to be here. Jared Cole, Robbie King from Australia. It's going to be an incredible lineup. But as far as Week 10 is concerned here at the Super Series, it is Rene Idams who's the big cheese. Bye-bye for now.